Hello guys, welcome to the channel. Today we are talking about what if Naruto was in Game of Thrones Part 4. Something went wrong in the battle. Maybe it was Kakashi, maybe it was Obito. He didn't know. Now none of them were here anymore. He didn't know what was going on in this empty, barren world. He'd figure it out anyway. And in the process maybe he'll help save the world too, when winter comes. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. It will help us make more videos for you. Now let's begin. Volantis was always unpleasant, but as days and then weeks and moons passed, she thought the city entirely unbearable. There were many things that annoyed her, but the one currently highest on the list was the man in front that had pulled a knife on a masked shadowbender. He had to be desperate, to be that foolish, or perhaps too brave by half, but neither served to gain her sympathy. "Give me your coin. I know you have more on you. I saw you in the market, buying those scrolls." "Did you?" she asked, stepping forward and into what little light the waning evening sun still supplied in this tight alley. That he did not balk at a clearer view of her mask spoke for his honesty, though not for a clear mind. "No games," he near shouted, flaunting the old steel in his hand, the limb shaking for a moment. "Just give me your coin." "I don't think I will. I'll gut you." His dirty face was gaunt and the clothes he wore little more than old rags. No doubt he was weakened considerably, but a contest of strength would not favor her despite that. Fortunately, she had no need to engage in something like that with anyone. The man rushed forward, intent on driving Steel home and making off with her belongings, but that plan was thwarted after the second step. He was close enough and this alley was largely filled with shadows, the sun only barely lighting the city. Here and now, shadows answered her call easily. He stopped in place, caught in her grasp like a fly in the spider's web. She walked forward, unconcerned for his life or position. Taking the old knife out of his frozen hand, she threw the steel to the side, where it clattered against the stone, to be found later by some hapless drunk. "Gut me, will you?" His eyes followed her, gripped in naked fear, obviously aware of the fact that he had no way out of the situation he had placed himself in, even as he continued to struggle against her hold on him. She quietly debated how to proceed. She could kill the man easily as he was, or she could let him go, now properly afraid, so that he may learn from his mistakes. But for what reason should she show mercy, when the man had clearly been so willing to end her own life here and now? A threat unaddressed would only lie in wait, to emerge later, more significant and troublesome to get rid of. She knew what Brendan, Demon, or Igor would have done. She felt rather sure in predicting what Naruto would have done too, but thinking about that anymore would only frustrate her. Perhaps there was another solution to her current problem, one that may serve to address some of that frustration now that it was just below the surface again. Reaching into the folds of her robe, she procured a small glass vial. The citadel may guard its secrets with ironically religious fervor, but many maesters were not nearly so dedicated regarding their personal expertise. Sweet sleep was poison and medicine both, depending on the exact amount administered. 3 pinches would kill painlessly, while 1 pinch would grant a night of deep and dreamless sleep, but it could linger in the flesh for days, even weeks, afterwards, and things would progress more quickly than that. 1 pinch would suffice. Unstopping the vial, she forced the glass against the man's lips and pulled his head backwards, until she saw his throat move to swallow the sweet-tasting concoction. He tried to spit it out, and nearly choked on the liquid in the attempt, but he was not strong enough to fight against her grasp. As poison, sweet sleep was best used with cake or a honeyed wine, where the noticeable sweetness was hidden away under the natural taste, but she had no need for such considerations here. With how weak the man already was, he lost the battle to unnatural slumber after barely a minute, his muscles slackening and only her hold on his shadow keeping him upright. Loosening that grasp, he crumbled to the alley floor, caught by cobblestone and dirt. Unfortunately, she now had to somehow get around 100 pounds of unresponsive muscle and flesh to her residence on her own. Just another annoying consequence of her own choices, if a minor one. In the end, Shra found a helping hand willing to remain silent, and at the cost of a fistful of honors and the subtle threat of her mask, the porter carried the sleeping thief into her house and left, probably for the nearest opportunity to drink and forget any possible implications of what he had done. She got to work, binding hands and feet first, should anything go awry during her other preparations, and then moved on to the more important parts. Leeches set to work on the man, to gather blood for her needs, while she stoked the fire in her personal chamber. Until now she may not have seen any success through fire, but dragons were beings of flame, so much so that their blood was hot enough to ignite, and she could see no way that it would have adverse effects. Valyrian glyphs were a form of writing, and done in blood, and imbued with magic and intention, could have magical effects of their own, so long as she and her necklace were close enough to counteract the degradation of magic and sorcery in this age. The sun set and thoughts of sleep went ignored as she searched for a suitable sequence of glyphs to enable her purpose. Blood magic was the strongest magic there was. Shra knew that truth, just as all those seriously engaged in sorcery of some kind did. There was power in life and sacrifice, and perhaps it was just that sort of power she had been missing in her efforts until now. Hours of reading and writing out sequences had passed by the time she settled on an approach, and the sun was beginning to rise again as she stood to prepare the last steps. The blood she had gathered had sat unused for the night, but now she was ready to proceed. Shra mixed her own blood with his, to strengthen what power there was inside. He was of Volantis, so some remnant of Valyria was in him too, but her own lineage had intentionally been kept pure for generation upon generation. She painted the first glyphs on the floor around the thief's bound form, working by the light of candles and the morning rays. Then she moved to his body, marking his flesh in yet other symbols, along the chest and back, the arms and stomach, and then finally the face, ending with a final glyph on his forehead. Lighting 3 braziers on the outside of the circle she had drawn, Shra collected the final and most important piece. Her dragon egg had sat in the burning hearth for the whole night, the stone-like shell warm to the touch and covered in ash and soot. As she returned to the other room, Shra let her fingers trail over the blue scales, the beauty of the egg known by now and yet as enchanting as the first time she had laid eyes on it upon Naruto's return. She was ready. The thief was bound to a simple chair, to keep him upright and allow her easy access to his torso, with the wooden legs placed in a small, wide tub, to catch the blood as it pooled once she began. Shra placed the egg in the man's lap, where it would be closest to the power she would soon invoke. Preparations done, she took a step back, still in the circle but with room to move. Zbristanon, Doris. Nogastanon, Doris, she began, beckoning magic to the surface. She continued to chant, breaking out in song, to bend shadow and magic, blood and power and sorcery to her will. Valyria had tied power to blood, and she was the blood of dragon lords, so she used their words now, as they had millennia ago. Shra felt the necklace around her throat react to the power she was invoking, felt the air in the room thrum with the untapped potential of sorcery. At the corners of the room shadows writhed, moving and dancing as they reared up in a reflection of life. The blood she had inscribed shifted and moved, yet never lost the shape of the glyphs she had written on floor and flesh. Flames flickered in a rhythm all their own, united in purpose with her. 3 they were, as the dragons had been during the conquest. As magic and sorcery reached their peak, Shra stepped forward, the high Valyrian phrases repeating again and again, growing in volume. She unsheathed her steel, as Valyrian as her own flesh and blood, and the power within. She raised it high above her, the flickering fires reflecting in the dark ripples shaped centuries ago. How the knife had been made even Shra did not know exactly, but sorcery and spells had been woven into the metal, to empower it beyond normal means. Stepping close, she laid her free hand against the thief's chest, the edge of her blade hovering just above the skin and his heart, where blood shaped a circular symbol. On her last syllable she pushed forward lightly, the ancient spell-forged steel parting flesh with nary any resistance. HNNG. The thief's eyes snapped open, blown wide just as his face contorted in pain and surprise. Skin and flesh and muscle and bone yielded without effort on her part, and blood welled from the wound she had inflicted, running down his body in small rivulets. Yet their path was unnatural, shaped by her power and intent, and the glyphs she had written in blood. One scarlet droplet at a time her egg made contact with the life-blood she was spilling. What remnant of life the man was still desperately grasping left him in a last agonized breath, muscles relaxing and head lolling backwards with nothing there to support it anymore. Yet blood continued to flow from the wound, donating power and magic to her cause. Shra pulled her knife from the wound, the Valyrian steel red with blood. The scarlet trail widened and strengthened without anything closing the wound she had inflicted. Touching her index finger to the blood, she laid it on top of the egg, where one of the steel-grey veins disrupted the blue scales. A push of magic made flames bloom, wreathing the egg in blood and fire. New shadows appeared, spawned by the additional light source, to join those already dancing on the walls, and Shra beckoned the magic at her fingertips to act. To follow her will in breathing life into the egg, so dragons may live again. Heat scored her unmasked face, flames flickered higher and higher, and blood gathered. Blood magic was the most powerful kind of magic, and it extracted its price ruthlessly. The thief had been thin and lanky before, after what had likely been months of too little to eat, but now he was more husk than just corpse, limbs reed thin and skin stretching tightly on his bones. The dancing shadows she had summoned and the lights flickering to the rhythm of sorcery in the room made for a ghastly sight on his face, deep-set eyes becoming 2 deep holes intruding into his skull. Glyphs inscribed in blood on his skin had rooted themselves in place forcefully, burning into the flesh, never to be removed, marking the body as the sacrifice it was. Then, blood covered every bit of scaly egg she could see, orange flames lazily burning and feeding on the scarlet curtain. Shra judged it to be enough, unrestrained power and sorcery being leashed under her command, control and force of will pushing back what she had intentionally unleashed, until all the fires in the room blew out in a cold gust, the darkness that had intruded on the space replaced by the natural light of the morning sun shining through the window. The return to normalcy made the blood flow as it should, the curtain dropping to reveal the egg hidden underneath, unchanged. Shra stared, unsure how to react. She stepped close and put her hand on the blue scales. It was warm to the touch, and felt like stone, just as before. Picking it up, she turned the egg in her hands, inspecting it from all sides. She did not understand. Fire and blood, those were the words of House Targaryen. They were the spark of old Valyria, kept alive after the doom. Even if she had never carried the name, her blood was that of dragon riders all the same. Why then, did neither accomplish her goal? She remembered the split vision as clearly as the day she had first seen it. Herself in one eye, and him in the other. Dragons, born again. But only in the separation of her and Naruto. Him in Westeros and her remaining across the narrow sea in Essos. What did her heart or his matter, when dragons stood to be gained, to stand as bulwark against freezing cold and devastation? She had done it. Sent him away from her side, despite any personal misgivings. And now she was alone, with nothing to show for it. Her egg mocked her with its warmth, with the promise of results, of success, but it showed no reaction at all, not before and not now, to any of her attempts. Even sacrificing life would not give her what she needed. And if that did not, nothing would. Knees buckling, she collapsed to the floor, uncaring of the blood and the corpse right in front of her. Forehead touching scales, she screwed her eyes shut. It couldn't be. It just couldn't. If all her efforts had been for naught, everything she had done in the last year, if all of that had been entirely pointless. It was simply impossible. Shra opened her eyes again, suddenly hating the sight in front of her. She flung the egg across the room, where it crashed into a wooden bookcase, so its unchanged appearance could not accuse her any further. If that was true, then she needed to leave Volantis. Ashai was a gigantic city, and one of the greatest ports in the world. And yet beyond the enormous boundaries of the harbor itself it was as empty as it was big. Freedom stood as the highest value in Ashai, unbound and unconditional. There was no act forbidden in the limits of the city, no thought too scandalous, no price too high, no plan too horrendous. Ideal to practice sorcery of every kind, which was why it harbored more sorcerers than any other place. Shra had not been back for decades, but she had no intention of staying. Ashai was just convenient, for its port and the position on the river Ash, the best way to Stygia and the pit. She walked the dark empty streets in a daze, never straying from her path even as she left the city walls behind. Ghost grass was the only plant that grew anywhere in the Shadowlands, the pale stalks rising over her head as she walked upriver, her only possession a simple leather satchel, her dragon egg inside. Perhaps it was simple fortune that had no young Shadowbinder on their first trip up the Ash as she walked the same path. Shra had no wish for human contact, much less conversation at the moment, only the deformed fish swimming in the poisonous river as her silent companions. The walk was long and grueling, and the days melted together, little daylight reaching between the high cliffs rising on both sides with only a very narrow opening at the top, but she did not care about any of it. Once perhaps, the Ash had flowed underground here, but at some point earth and stone had split, making this a small valley instead of a cave. Magic and sorcery nourished her, keeping her able even as she walked through days and nights. Even so the task exacted a toll. Her feet blistered and eventually bled, driving agony up her legs with every step, and the rough ghost grass scraped her body whenever she had to force her way through the stalks, but she continued. Stygia rose in the distance, pitch black walls towering above the surrounding lands, to keep what was inside at bay. Whispers in Ashai named it the Corpse City, for the hundreds of people that had never returned from their first steps inside the gates, and even Shadowbinders seldom chanced the trip anymore. It was night by the time Shra reached the open gates of the city, greeting her like an expectant Maw waiting for its next meal. The Ash glowed a light green when the sun hid below the horizon, the only source of light anywhere in Stygia, throwing shifting shadows against the stone. Howling winds assaulted her ears as soon as her foot passed the boundary, the screams of the damned and long dead crying out in anguish. Stygia's dangers were in large part not the physical kind. The evils of this city had no need for claws and teeth, for muscle or steel. In Stigai your own demons accompanied you every step. Traitor to truth they whispered. Breaker of bonds. Betrayer of trust. She walked and walked, ever forward, no matter her stumbling and the pain of every step, trying to ignore the demanding voices. Thief. Murderer. Witch. Liar. Coward. She stumbled, catching herself on her hands, sharp jagged stones cutting into the skin. She had to go on. Just a bit more. Then there would be peace. But would it not be easier to end it now? And rest, the thought drilled into her head, loud and insistent. One bleeding hand dropped to her knife. Even exhausted, it would not take much for the sorcerer's steel to draw blood for a final time. Her egg was warm even through the leather of her satchel, pressing against her chest and giving some semblance of comfort. No, she needed to go on. There were things she had to do. She pushed herself to her feet, struggling to stand, her right ankle protesting the movement and the ensuing weight placed on it, demanding attention. But she had none to give. Again and again, she placed one foot in front of the other, slowly but surely working herself deeper into the city. Half-crumbled buildings loomed over abandoned market squares or broad main streets, rubble long since destroying whatever hospitality this place had ever offered. Animals could no more live here than humans, so when the whispers quieted for a time, there were only her own labored breaths and the crunch of gravel under her feet echoing of the dark stone all around her. A cold wind swept through the city, ruffling her robes in a gentle caress, and making her hood drop from her head, displaying glamoured hair, long and brown, just as she knew it. Soon, the witch could rest, and forget her sins. She continued to walk, passing narrow alleys, old towers, a hollowed-out inn, and the near unrecognizable remnants of a church. What gods had ever been prayed to by the inhabitants of Stigai she did not know, and most likely no one alive did anymore. On and on the street stretched, seeming never-ending to her exhausted, dazed mind. Finally, she reached her goal. The stone streets she had been walking simply dropped away, consumed by the gigantic pool in front of her. Here, shadow itself had been unleashed, and consumed everything that stood in its way. Darkness unbound, it writhed and roiled, spiraling inwards. And downwards, ever downwards. Until it would finally pull you under, and you were caught in its cold, comforting grasp. She dropped to her knees, her exhausted body finally having accomplished its task. There would be rest soon. Not much longer. Shaking hands reached for the leather satchel she carried, jagged pieces of stone piercing the skin and rivulets of blood welling from the cuts. Trembling fingers fumbled at the loops keeping it closed, until the flap finally fell open. The egg was warm, as always, and the grey veins in blue were just as beautiful as she remembered. A suitable offering, she hoped. She scooted forward on her knees until her hands could reach over the edge. The wind tugged at her robes and skin, strengthened by the movement of the shadow below. When she made to stretch out her arms, to give the egg in offering, a new thought came to her. Why make this so complicated? Once, she had taken knowledge from this place, something never meant to leave here. Now it was time she gave it back. The greatest offering she could give. Surrendering everything she still had. Yes, only that would do. Nothing less than that. She could finally rest. She saw them, waiting for her. Naois, happier than Shra ever remembered her being, with her brother Eamon at her shoulder. Demon and Daenerys, leaning into each other and taking comfort in the other's presence. Daeron and Miria, Eris, Baela and Maker and their children, grown as she had never seen them in life. And even Igor and Brindan were there, for once as close as brothers, with none of the wounds they had inflicted on the other in years of war. Finally, one last face joined them, to the side but part of the picture all the same. Naruto looked angry with her, as he should, and yet ready to forgive, ready to welcome her with open arms. Yes, yes, she had waited so long, this was what she needed, what she wanted. He held out a hand for her, inviting her forward, and she moved to stand, struggling to her feet. Before she could take the first step, she noticed all of their looks. They were focused on her neck, all of them watching in disapproval. Yes, of course. Her necklace, she had no more need for it now. She could leave it behind, for time to do with what it will. The sorcery was of no more use to her. They all looked at her in encouragement, approving of her understanding, and graced her with smiles as she reached for the necklace of silver and iron, the black gemstone in the middle. Her fingers closed around the pendant with every intention of tearing it off and leaving it behind. Skin met the black opal, and then there was a sudden, burning pain, anger and fury invading her mind for a moment. She jerked, displaying the necklace to the surroundings, and where before there had been a dark black gem with unfathomable depth, there was now a furious red glow. Her palm was marked with a circular burn in the middle, a reminder of her actions, and the glow around her neck strengthened more and more, red consuming her vision and forcing back encroaching darkness. The ghosts of her loved ones were scattered in the brightness and wind, all of them disappearing in a keening screech, and then there was only the ominous black pit. What had she been doing? She had come here to throw the egg inside, to erase the shame of it all, but not this. In front of her the shadow loomed large. Deep and dark and hungry, it was, but she saw no more comfort in the sight. She understood what had happened to her, just as she was able to place the feeling her necklace was giving off. She could not help but chuckle bitterly, shaking her head. Even now you would guard me. Protective, even sheltering. And angry, at her and what she had been about to do. That was nothing, however, compared to the animalistic fury directed at her surroundings. Deserving or not, it clearly did not matter to Naruto. But it did to her. Normally, even her mastery of shadow bending would not suffice to throw it off, once the city had her in its grasp. She stood on damaged feet, fighting against her body's protests. Her egg was still comfortingly warm in her hand, and it helped her focus her mind, finding and ignoring those thoughts not truly as they should be. All of them were her own, but Stigai gnawed at your doubts and flaws and regrets, until it found a crack it could force to widen and spread. But if the whispers had been right about one thing, it was that she was running away, had been doing so for many years now. Naruto clearly would not stand for it, even this far away, and perhaps she shouldn't either. She had chosen her actions, and successful or not, she had to live with them now, consequences and all. No more running. She turned away, facing the ruined city and not shadow itself. Placing her egg back into its satchel, she took the first step away, eyes searching the rubble and streets for the other threats of Stigai, necklace and egg, two sources of comfort and warmth for her. That she had lived, and not perished by her own hand, meant only that the city would try to accomplish the same thing another way. More directly dangerous, but also something she could work around and combat. Considering her exhaustion, however, stealth might be the best option now. If Naruto would preserve her life, knowing or not, then there were things she needed to do, to accomplish, with or without dragons. Veiling herself in shadows, she set out cautiously. Naruto entered the lecture hall with a bit of time to spare. The assisting acolytes were already there, preparing the hall for the Archmaester's arrival and following lecture, as were the novices and acolytes like him, here to learn and eventually earn their silver link. He collected a small package of cloth from one of the acolytes, proudly displaying their already earned chain, incomplete though it was, with a silver link right in the middle. In truth, the ring was not fully silver, undoubtedly, to reduce the price of the materials used, but the outside of it was, to display the subject of mastery in question. When he tried, Naruto could feel the difference in metals, where the outer shell of silver was instead replaced by an inner core of iron or brass or tin. However, in the end it was not the material worth of the ring that mattered but the knowledge it represented. Reaching an empty desk, Naruto claimed it for himself, placing the bundle he had been given on top and undoing the string binding it closed. Before he could take more than a cursory glance at the different things contained inside, Archmaester Ibros entered the hall. Unlike Walgrave, Ibros was only just beginning to gray, and his wits were in no danger of leaving him any time soon. Exchanging a few quiet words with the acolytes at the front of the hall, he stepped forward and addressed the room. Healing of every sort is dependent on your specific patient, but that is more true than ever in the realm of medicines, Archmaester Ibros began. Tinctures, draughts, and potions, even teas, all work best when they have been adjusted correctly to the problem one is currently seeking to solve. As Naruto listened to the graying Archmaester, he carefully looked over the arrangement of herbs and plants in front of him. Herb lore and medicine could overlap in certain regards, and both of the lecturing Archmaesters possessed 2 rings belonging to the other discipline. Tansy, nightshade, sour leaf, mint, penna oil, kingskipper, wolfsbane, mugwort, wormwood, nettle, liverwort, and others. Their effects varied, but every single one had its use for some kind of treatment, if only in combination with other ingredients. Children cannot yet handle many treatments, and the older your patient, the more careful you will have to be again, for age weakens the body just as it first strengthens it. Yet simply assuming an older patient weaker than a younger one would be folly as well. Instead, you must judge for yourself every time what dosage will be appropriate. Ibros held up a small vial filled with a thick white liquid. This is milk of the poppy. Many of you will have seen it before and may have even encountered its use. In appropriate doses it dulls pain and will quickly lead to sleep, allowing more extreme measures to be taken, should they be required, or simply for the body to rest. Yet too much of it can be fatal as well, as can overuse reduce the effectiveness dramatically. Its usage, therefore, should be considered carefully, especially where women and children are concerned. In certain cases, other treatments may then be the better choice, chewing on willow bark being one possibility for lesser pains. The lecture continued then, moving from simple instruction to the mixing of different remedies, either by name or by the effect it would have when administered. Mistakes were criticized and then corrected, so no one memorized faulty recipes or wrongfully connected ingredient to medicinal purpose. Naruto paid careful attention throughout the process. He had made the decision to attend lectures for a silver link after his first few weeks of study in Old Town, when it had become clear that his black iron link for Ravenry would not take him long to earn. He had no need for medicines himself, of course, or for any of the other things he was learning under Ibros, but few things made him feel as useless as seeing others hurt or sick without anything he could do. Inkarthsha had still been quaithed to him, but when she had collapsed he had panicked even though he barely knew her, unsure what to do. The academy had taught some basic field care, but that was limited in scope, and Naruto could admit to himself that he barely remembered half of those lessons. Maybe he would never be a great healer, but as long as he could do something, that was better than sitting there and worrying while feeling like his hands were tied. Once the lecture had concluded, Naruto was done with his studies for the day. but he had something else he wanted to do while he was still on Citadel grounds. Leaving the hall, he made his way to the largest among the multitudes of buildings scattered across both sides of the Honeywine. The Citadel's library was its most precious part, as were the vaults beneath it, containing tomes filled with knowledge spanning thousands of years of history, all of them secured under its high vaulted ceilings. Naruto thought it stuffy and cramped, and usually avoided the place as much as he could, but there were certain things that could only be found inside. Thousands upon thousands of books were kept in careful order, preserved from the distant past, and he hoped that he would find what he was looking for. It was long past time he figured out what a third eye was. The library's thick oak doors were one of the few places on Citadel grounds guarded by armed men, 2 armored men-at-arms with spears keeping unwanted visitors from gaining entrance into the valuable repository of knowledge behind them. As an acolyte, Naruto was granted access freely, though the same did not hold true with some of the rooms and vaults further down. Those doors would only be opened to maesters that had already sworn vows to the Citadel, or a few trusted acolytes that had attended lectures for a few years and were now close to doing so. He passed the desk right after the doors, ignoring the acolyte sitting there to help with the search should it be required, already broadly aware what he was looking for. It was a voluntary duty, and a good way to get into an archmaester's good graces outside of lectures, which was the reason most acolytes had for taking it, though the small wage the position gained helped as well. The Citadel itself was overseen by the current seneschal, a title on yearly rotation among the archmaesters of the conclave and decided by lot, but the library was headed by an additional, separate post. The master librarian was technically no archmaester and without a chain to show his mastery of the different subjects taught at the Citadel, but in the bowels of this building he outranked most everyone else, charged as he was with keeping order and acting as a guide in the search of specific knowledge. Countless shelves filled the building's interior, reaching nearly high enough to scrape against the roof, and small nooks held desks and chairs, where books and scrolls could be read, and sometimes deciphered, in peace and quiet. Additional rooms on the sides were reserved for use by chained maesters seeking to immerse themselves deeply in the surviving records. Deeper yet, near where some of the oldest records were kept, acolytes and maesters were hard at work, to stand against the encroaching grasp of time and degradation. No matter the Citadel's efforts, every record kept here would eventually crumble, handled carefully or not, and so the task of preserving those very same records through copying was ever present. The library was sectioned very broadly by subject, marked with the respective ring at the beginning of the corresponding shelves. Naruto walked past gold and silver, past iron, brass, bronze, lead, and pewter, until he reached copper. Perhaps he should have chosen the section marked by Valyrian steel first, but he could always do that after he had looked through these records without success. He looked for some of the oldest records, or at least those dealing with times long since past, back before the Andals had come to Westeros, and first men had lived everywhere here. The same first men that, at least in the north, still prayed to weirwoods and the old gods. Considering that the figure that had met him on the shores of the Isle of Faces had worn a weirwood mask, and that the island was a sacred grove of the old gods, it felt like a natural point to start. Myths and Legends of the First Men, written by a maester long dead whose name he could only half pronounce, was the first book Naruto chose to take a closer look at. Finding himself the nearest unoccupied nook and lighting a candle, he set to work, carefully working through the great pages as quickly as he could. Much of what the author had written about was entirely irrelevant to him and was swiftly ignored for the many other things contained in the thick tome. By the time Naruto had reached the final page, he had not learned anything in regard to his actual goal, and so he moved on. Book after book he worked through meticulously, on the lookout for anything even resembling the concept of a third eye. Yet he found nothing. Just as he was about to abandon his current approach for searching another section of the library, he found something. The book was ancient, probably one of the oldest in the entire collection, and it felt like even only a slight breeze would make the old pages crumble into dust right then and there. It has long been understood that it was a custom of the first men to give their enemies to the weirwoods in sacrifice after battle. Yet I must stress that this was an adopted ritual, taken on in the centuries after they had arrived on Westeros. Whether or not the mythical pact happened as the stories tell it, there is some justification to the thought that this sacrificial behavior was perhaps a custom taken on when the now nameless, original gods the first men prayed to were abandoned for those of the children. After he turned the page to read the next passage, Naruto found instead a jarring change in topic. Then he noticed the remains. Where the pages had been bound together, only small shreds of parchment remained. It was not an uncommon sight among the oldest books in the library, but that he found it here was somewhat aggravating. But there was one option to explore. Stepping out of the nook he was using, Naruto looked around. Most other people in the building were just like him, acolytes looking for some piece of information, but there were those here to keep order, and to ensure that all the records were treated appropriately. He found the master librarian a few shelves over, clad in identifying blue robes with white sleeves, checking a list he held against the books displayed in front of him. The man was tall and lanky, with a noticeably long neck only strengthening that impression, and paused his task only long enough to ask for a quick outline of the problem. I was perusing the archives for records of first man rituals, when I happened upon a few heavily damaged pages. The first words of Naruto's explanation earned him a flinty look, quickly replaced by a genial smile. If you would point me to the record in question. Naruto turned, leading the way back to the space he had been using, his candle still lit, and the book opened to the correct page. Regrettable, as vandalism always is, the older man said, nodding, once he had inspected the damage. Unfortunate as it is, you will not find a complete copy of this text anywhere in these shelves. Even our efforts at preservation are not without flaw. If you could specify your exact goal more directly, I may be able to point to other relevant works. I stumbled upon the concept of a third eye some moons ago, yet I had never heard of it before. I thought I may be able to find some explanation here, Naruto said, seeing little reason to dance around the issue. Third eye, you say? The librarian asked, thinking aloud. If I have encountered it before, I do not recall the occasion. If the connection to the first men is without question, perhaps the section on the higher mysteries might lead to better results for you. Some accounts of old rituals and traditions may be shelved there instead. Naruto's gut was telling him that something was up, and he usually trusted that feeling. I will look into it. He watched the master librarian leave his nook again, slightly narrowed eyes trained on his back. Usually, he tried not to immediately think the worst of people, but his shinobi senses were tingling. Kakashi had always stressed looking underneath the underneath. That in mind, Naruto went back to work, browsing his current section for other possible leads. If the man was trying to hide something, for whatever reason, the suggestion of changing sections would lead to nothing, but there might be something to be found here, buried among hundreds of other tomes. Slowly, a pattern emerged. Whenever he felt like he was getting even vaguely closer to some kind of answer, something stopped him. In older records, pages were missing or damaged, while in newer versions the explanation ended quickly, before the conclusion Naruto was looking for could be reached. Some of that he would have simply put down to age, The tomes he was searching for dealt with a time more than 1,000 years in the past after all, but all of it. Admittedly, other sections, with no conceivable connection to his goal, were in a similar state, especially in the oldest works, and calling one a coincidence and the other intentional would be a bit too convenient. 2 more hours of searching yielded nothing on any third eyes, much less their meaning or any possible method to acquire them. If there was something to be found, it was buried deep in these shelves. Working through all of them would take months, if not years. The history section of the library, unfortunately, was by far the largest. Naruto spent the following hour looking through the suggested section on the higher mysteries, what books he found largely written so vague as to be entirely meaningless. Perhaps he should have expected that, considering his earlier thoughts and his first contact with the connected lectures, but he had harbored some hope, nonetheless. Disappointed with the absence of success, Naruto left the library and the citadel as the day grew dark. After the first months in Old Town, a routine had set in, his day spent in lectures or training, and sometimes the library, and the evenings often taken up by relaxing drink in one of the many inns all over the city. He chose to do the same this time as well, finding himself a bench and a cup of cider, even if the day had been rather far from the ordinary and not exactly cause for celebration. No luck again? Naruto asked after Miles had sat down with a disgruntled expression. The quill and tankard was as popular as always, the crowd of mostly acolytes drinking and eating what their coin could pay for. No, the younger student shook his head, frowning. Walgrave has been getting worse, apparently. Well, there is always tomorrow, he said, trying to be encouraging for the younger man. Easy for you to say, you have your ring, Miles grumbled. He had been trying for 2 weeks now, to get the opportunity for an examination from Walgrave to finally earn his black iron ring for Ravenery, but the old maester had not been himself lately, even more so than usual. Oh, stop being so glum about it. If Walgrave won't get better, the conclave will appoint someone else to do it soon. It's not like you are in a great hurry. Naruto signaled the nearest serving wench for another cider, already tired of the younger acolyte's attitude. It was getting old. Miles intended to earn a full chain, with the possible exception of a Valyrian steel link, and that would take years yet. Most likely there would be someone else to judge novices and acolytes for their black iron rings by next week, should Walgrave not recover adequately. It was certainly regrettable, but there was no changing the situation now, and especially not by complaining about it every day. After the first taste of cider, Miles thankfully changed topics and began a discussion on the day's lecture under Archmaester Ryam with another acolyte seated at their table. Naruto did not attend the man's lectures, and could hardly share in their discussion, not that he had any wish to. Mathematics had bored him to tears in the academy, and that had been an incredibly small part of the curriculum. In the end he had learned his sums, leaving Iruka with many a grey hair no doubt, but subjecting himself to more of it willingly would not happen any time soon. Estimating travel times or necessary supplies, that he could and would do, but working with numbers just for the sake of it. Trying to figure out something as useless as the size of the moon in the sky or the exact width of the bay. He'd rather die. It was an issue he had with many of the subjects taught at the Citadel. Ravenery, herb law, and medicine involved much practical work, feeding or training the birds, identifying plants, learning to set a broken bone or clean a wound, things you learned and practiced with the Archmaester looking over your shoulder for mistakes. Other subjects were not the same, unfortunately. When Naruto had attended a lecture on warcraft, he had been prepared for many things, But when the lecturing Archmaester had started explaining the mechanics of different pieces of siege equipment to the novices and acolytes in the room, he had been a bit disappointed, nonetheless. Even if he had later admitted to himself that it was probably good that someone knew about all of that, it did not need to be himself. In the first place, he had no need for siege machines, not in war and certainly not in peace. Wasting his time learning about them anyway would be excruciatingly painful, and boring. Mostly boring. Even if he was learning in the Citadel, for now his interests largely lied elsewhere. What time he didn't spend in lectures was largely used on training, but talking about that with the other acolytes and novices, much less the maesters, was entirely pointless. These were knights of the mind, with little use for sword or bow or kunai. In the end, Naruto had noticed pretty quickly that he didn't really fit in here. Old Town was growing restless. The year was slowly growing to a close, and yet the Citadel had not pronounced winter's end. As far south as the city was, most winters were rather mild, seldom bringing snow or frost, but the winds grew colder and the nights longer all the same. More than half a year had passed now, with not even a hint of winter's grasp, and yet the conclave remained stubbornly silent on the issue. As he wandered the streets on the northern side of the Honeywine without a real goal in mind, Naruto wondered how the farmers in the wider countryside outside of the walls were dealing with the problem. He knew little of farming, crops, and keeping livestock, but even his limited knowledge was more than enough to understand that the seasons and weather controlled their lives in major ways. Then again, maybe this far south it did not matter much. As far as he had learned, the last winter had not brought any snow to the city and surrounding lands, and only further north had the cold been strong enough to freeze the water in the rivers. Still, for now the weather continued to speak of spring, announced or not, and the markets were filled with people buying and selling 1,000 different wares. Mostly, Naruto was only browsing, seeing if anything caught his eye, but there was one thing he actually intended to seek out. Old Town saw trade from far and wide, and the collection of different wares available in the markets was expansive, ranging from saffron hailing all the way from the Far East to furs from White Harbor. Yet Naruto was looking for something that had undertaken a far shorter journey. Tomorrow he would be 19, marking 2 years having come and gone after arriving in this world. His last birthday had passed him by with little fanfare, and the one before had been mired in the chaos of the war and his following arrival, but he could celebrate this one, at least a little bit. Wines. Wines. Red or white, whichever you prefer, a boy near one of the stalls cried loudly. With the small distance between Old Town and the Arbor, where much of the wine in Westeros was produced, ships arrived at least weekly to bring a fresh supply into port. Naruto walked over and took a look at the available stock, the wooden casks branded with the grapes of house red wine and marked below that by the vintage contained inside. Even the smallest barrels far outstripped his needs in volume, but stalls like this would happily fill a skin, and on some rare occasions even offered corked glass bottles. "Young man, you seem someone who enjoys his wines. Come, come," the man behind the wooden stall said, and beckoned him closer. "A sweet white. Or perhaps you would prefer a red, sour or sweet. You need only look around, and find whatever your heart desires." At Harrenhal, Naruto had taken the chance to try many different wines, some of which he had enjoyed more than others. Arbor Gold had reminded him a bit too much of the sweet drinks he had first tasted in Karth, and he preferred a dry red, or even a sour Dornish vintage. There was no sake to be found even in a port as large as Old Town, so the fruits of the arbor would have to do. "I will have a skin of your strongest red," Naruto said, deciding, and produced the small purse of coins he always carried with him. Sometimes he still dreamed about Konoha. About Sasuke and Sakura and Kakashi. About Tsunade and Shitsune, about Iruka, Konohamaru, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Kiba, Hinata, Shino. About Lee and Tenten and Neji and Guy. About Jiraiya and the old man, and even the flashes he had of his parents. He would drink to them, as much as himself. Maybe everyone had come out of the war unscathed, maybe not, Naruto could not and would not know. Exchanging coins for wine, he turned to walk away, leaving the merchant to continue selling his wares to other customers. There was still time enough in the afternoon to spend a bit more of it walking around the city. Naruto passed displays of fine silks and bolts of cloth, fruits and spices, pearls and gems, all of which he took in absently. Buying too much would only make eventually leaving Old Town more bothersome. His gut was telling him that there would be rain in a few hours, probably before the sun had set. The next step he took turned into a near stumble, the breath driven from his lungs as if he had been struck in the chest. Something tugged at him, some desperate emotion he couldn't quite place. But whatever it was, it made him think of Shiro. Righting himself from the misstep that had been caused, Naruto could not help but look around, though what he was expecting to see even he himself could not truly say. Shiro was far away, all the way in Essos, and out of his reach. Shaking his head to clear whatever had invaded his mind, Naruto continued walking. Whatever had caused the shock to his system had disappeared just as quickly, leaving him slightly unbalanced and unnerved, if physically untouched. The stall right next to him advertised finely made jewelry, rings, necklaces, and bracelets carefully displayed in small numbers. Most likely some local smith had made them all and was using the opportunity to drive interested buyers to his shop through the stall. Naruto knew little of jewelry, but he thought them quite beautiful. Unbidden, his thoughts turned towards Ashura and the way they had parted at Harengel. Archmaester Abros would see him soon, to judge him worthy or not of the silver link, and if he was successful that would earn him his third and final link. Perhaps he had spent enough time here, learning. Turning towards the stall, Naruto knew already that he had made his decision. The winds had changed for him. Time to follow their call. Ashura threw a final piece of meat and Morning snatched it deftly from the air before gobbling it down, as she had all the others before that. Good girl. She preferred letting Morning actually hunt, to keep her instincts sharp and let her live closer to her nature, but food was an important part of training any animal and binding them to you. There would be time for that again soon. When they went hawking, all Morning was let loose to fly around the island and hunt for herself. Walking over to the wall, Ashura opened Morning's cage, and her eagle obediently changed position from her gloved hand to the wooden post with a short, happy call. Always does amaze me how well she listens to you, Dua said from behind her as she closed the cage. The falconer had been working on Dragonstone for many years now, continuing in a by now traditional position. Some of the Targaryens after the death of the dragons had found great pleasure in commanding other flying beasts instead, even if they could never rival their original means of conquest and source of power. Ashura took off the heavy leather glove she had been using to handle Morning and put it away, hanging it from a small iron hook near the door. Her eagle may be well trained and particularly receptive to her commands, but that did not change that Morning was equipped with the tools to hunt and kill, her powerful talons easily capable of piercing flesh. I will be back on the morrow, Dua. If you would take care of her until then. Ashura said, with a small smile for the experienced man. You know I always do, milady, he answered, respectfully bowing his head as she turned to walk away. Ashura remembered something else before she could enter the hallway. Turning her head, she addressed Duane again. Have you been informed of the hawking in 3 days? Dragonstone was too small an island to accommodate hunting or hawking, but the trip by ship to the northern coast did not take long and the forest near Crackclaw Point was plentiful in wood and game. Yes, milady. I'm nearly done with the preparations too. Hoods, cages, and the like needed to be on hand, and the feeding before and after would have to be appropriately adjusted. Good, good. I will leave you to your duties, then. Walking from the falconry on the way to her chambers, Ashura turned her thoughts to other matters. Her plans, it turned out, would have to be more complicated than she had first thought. That it would not be easy she had known from the start, but every time she solved one problem, another revealed itself. The estimates Ashura had access to suggested that the Mountains of the Moon housed somewhere in the vicinity of 5,000 clansmen. Not all fighting men, and scattered over many clans and a large area, but 5,000, nonetheless. Certainly, the Vale could muster far more soldiers than that, but if simply outnumbering the mountain clans was the only hurdle, they would have been dealt with thousands of years ago. Peasant levies would be little use, not least because the mountain passes would be hard to maneuver with large forces all at once. Smaller forces, with skilled men, both in combat and in navigating the mountainous terrain, would find far more success. It would not negate the advantage the clansmen had through knowing the surroundings better, but it would help to reduce it somewhat. Once battle was joined, Arthur had agreed, there would be little resistance. Ferocious and savage they may be, but they had neither cohesion nor equipment of any quality. Stone axes and furs would do little against plate and a company of archers. It was everything before that she needed to focus on. Leaving the Windwyam, one of the many dragon-shaped towers at Dragonstone, Ashura passed through the gallery for a short time before crossing the inner gate and entering the stone drum again. The bloody gate guarded the Vale proper from raids as well as conquest. Some of the men stationed there had been her first choice for troops, though convincing Jonarin and his lords that they should send out the people standing as their first line of defense against outside threats would be quite the undertaking. There were other options outside of just the Vale, of course. If the Riverlands could be convinced to assist, and to move in from the west, should the clansmen attempt to flee into the lower lands, things would be much easier to conclude. But it had been other groups she had thought of at first. The Red Mountains of Dawn acted much like the Mountains of the Moon did for the Vale, and the houses living in the mountains had spent centuries warring in mountain passes and rocky valleys. Danes, Blackmonts, Manwadis, Fowlers, Wyls, Urinwoods, there would be no shortage of able and experienced men to be found among her people. Certainly, the Westerlands and North housed populations with similar abilities, but after Roriga's insult of the latter, following overtures or not, there was no way to say whether she could rely on that direction for help. There was little point making a plan that relied on that same help being guaranteed for now. Especially when other problems stood in her way, northern support or not. Entering her chambers, Ashura sat at a wooden desk, an opened raven scroll quickly attracting her attention. Fingers touching the parchment for a moment, she left the small roll where it was. She knew the message inked down on it already. They had reached out to the Vale Lords covertly, under the cover of trade agreements, and beginning with Jonarin himself. The response had been a bit disheartening. Personally, he may consider it a good idea, but he was not the only one affected. The Lord of the Vale had not been explicit, but his words had certainly suggested that there were houses sworn to him that would not greet her proposal with open arms. Why that was, he had been silent on, but she could imagine a few explanations by herself. Certainly, there would be some reasonable disagreement from a few houses even if her plan were to be seemingly infallible, but she could not discount the possibility that some part of the Vale nobility had no interest in dealing with the mountain clans once and for all. Especially since those same houses would be paid to supply protection for caravans of merchants or whatever other potential raid target that intended to move through the mountains of the moon. Ashura did not doubt that some of the houses with seats close to the mountain passes even made pacts with the clansmen, whether for nefarious purposes or not. Pacts that were clearly of some significant benefit, if these houses would rather the clans continue to exist than be vanquished, never to be a problem again. Jonarin had no dragons, to command absolute obedience from his vassals, as the Targaryens of old had been able to. He needed to weigh his decisions and commands carefully, so as to keep loyalty prospering in the ranks of his nobility. As her plans stood, whether the benefits would outweigh the consequences was at best unclear, making them understandably unconvincing. That would need to change if she wanted to be able to accomplish anything. But for now, Ashura had no real idea how to accomplish that. Perhaps if she could find out just what the benefits were, that some houses were gaining by working with the mountain clans. Then again, how was she to do that? There were other things demanding her attention, and with no clear avenues for progress she turned to them instead. It had been a unanimous decision among all of them to help Elia with her duties more directly as the moons passed and the pregnancy began to show signs and exacting its physical toll. Alice assisted Elia with Dragonstone's accounts while the rest of them tried to help out in other areas. Normally, Elia would have protested such treatment, but the fact that she did not was perhaps the best sign that their thoughts had not been entirely misguided. With the days not growing warmer, as should have been expected, Dragonstone had need of more firewood among the other usual needs of a castle like this. The number of trees on the island was small, the few parts that were not rocky cliffs or sandy shore being used to supply the castle with the necessary food, so that at least would not need to be brought in from outside sources in the event of war. There was the kitchens to look after, and she would need to meet with the steward later, to see if any other needs had to be addressed quickly. A knock on her chamber door interrupted her thoughts, and before she could think to answer, the heavy oak moved, revealing the smiling face of her brother. "Arthur," she said in greeting as he moved into the room. He was in only a white doublet right now, no sign of his armor anywhere to be seen. Most likely he had been relieved from guarding Prince Roriga not long ago. "What brings you here?" "Only the wish to visit my sister. We seldom have the opportunity to meet and talk only between us anymore." That was true. Try as they might, their duties did not often end with them working in the same spaces even while in the same castle. What time Arthur had to himself was oft spent resting or training, to be as prepared as possible should anything unfortunate occur. Yet Ashura thought it likely that something else had brought him to her. Arthur was not one for deceit, but a subtle distraction or trick was not beyond his means. Better to be a clever knight than a dead one, when steel was drawn. "Join me then," she said, and quickly organized the papers she had been poring over into a pile. There was work to be done still, but she could afford a bit of time spent on other matters. Arthur sat opposite her, sparing the papers she was shuffling around a curious glance. As Kingsguard he had little need to concern himself with their kind, but he could recognize them easily enough. "Supplies?" "Yes." Ashura nodded, stacking the last of the parchment and placing it to the side. "Tedious work, as it always is. But it must be done all the same. I would rather spend time on other matters with you." "Understandable," Arthur said, chuckling, and leaned back. "Have you done other things today, or just sat behind that desk?" She considered her brother for a moment, wondering why he had not already said what he had really come for. Arthur was usually very dutiful, but as a white cloak that meant attentively guarding your charge and keeping your wits as sharp as your sword. None of which was normally accomplished leaning over pieces of parchment. I spent some time with Morning and met with Elia and the others after the day's first meal. They had talked of having some of the statues in the September repainted, to counter the slow degradation that made paint peel and flake off. Other than that, no. Has your day been filled with any particular excitement? Unfortunately not. A bit of engagement would have made a highlight of today. Arthur graced her with a light grin. I will go and do a bit of training later and then go to bed. They lapsed into a moment of comfortable silence before his expression turned more neutral again. I feel compelled to ask how our supply situation looks, considering the weather, Arthur said, throwing a glance out the window. There had been no snow or frost on the island yet, but the days had been growing noticeably colder again. With no white raven coming to announce winter leaving and spring arriving, it was not impossible that their taste of renewing warmth was at end. In a few days everything will be in order. We have been talking of it as well. Elia had joked that the gods would not allow her second child to be born in spring instead. That at least, the little one would have in common with Rhaenys. That is good to hear, Arthur said, nodding his head and releasing a small breath. Is there anything I should be aware of? Ashura asked, noting the queer topic of conversation coming from her brother. No, nothing serious. Just a bit of worry. The Maesters do not often err in their judgments. She wondered if it was Roriger's worry in truth, and not Arthur's. Contact between the prince and Elia had been sparse at best, after they had all returned from Dawn. Something they were all grateful for to varying degrees. They changed topics again and talked of less serious matter for a few minutes. At first Ashura thought that it had been the worry of winter that had brought Arthur to her, but after a bit more conversation she was sure that there was something else. Much as I enjoy your company, will you tell me what actually brought you here, now? Arthur only smiled, capitulating without putting up any fight. He reached inside a small pocket in his doublet and produced an opened raven scroll. Her brother was not only Roriger's primary guard but also his close friend and confidant, and therefore sometimes tasked with discussing sensitive matters in his place. Her thought turned out to be incorrect in this case. From Alaric, he said, holding up the piece of parchment. Kerala is with child. Maester Vorel estimates the birth to happen near the middle of next year. Much as Ashura was happy for her oldest brother hearing that news, she could not help but temper any excitement with cold experience. Alaric had been married almost a decade now, and yet she still stood as his heir. Pregnancy had not been a matter of fortunate for him and Kerala until now, what few there had been in that time ending prematurely. All the same, she hoped that the gods would bless them with an heir, as much for the two of them as for Starfall and its lands. Ashura would rather her brother be granted a child than she keep her own position in the current succession. She would include them in her next prayer. I shall hope for a nephew or niece. Rocky cliffs bordering the water yielded to greenery and trees. Rolling hills, expansive plains, towns, castles, farms, all passed beneath her, her powerful wings carrying her through the air. Here she was powerful, others forced to submit under the strength of her talons and beak, and her prey whatever she desired. Movement got her attention, and color. Far, far below, yellow and orange among the surrounding green, and a small spot of purple. Prey. She-dove, rapidly descending, cutting through the air on her way down. Familiarity. This walking one a part of her knew already. Not prey. Wings buffeted her dive, slowing her descent. She thought to bank and gain height again, but she did not. A sound got the walking one's attention and he looked up at her. Not prey but not danger either. He held out an arm and she landed, talons gripping the knot feathers on the limb. "Well, who do we have here?" he asked, carefully extending a finger to run along her breast. The pink appendage attracted her gaze, but she did not strike as she normally would. He was not hers, but somehow everyone's. "You're a beauty, aren't you?" She preened under his mouth noises, understanding their meaning, and flapped her mighty wings once, twice, to show them in their entirety. "Smart too," he laughed, still gently stroking her feathers. Leaning into the sensation, she simply enjoyed the attention given to her from this one. When he stopped for a moment to look around, she walked along his arm toward the shoulder, her movements awkward and far less graceful than when she was in the air. Cocking her head, she took him in again, and then pushed against his head, feathers against flesh. A noise rumbled up from his chest, and he shook slightly against her. Different, definitely different. She made herself tall again, on his shoulder, showing off mighty wings, and trilled once. He looked at her carefully. Something changed. He cocked his head to the side, still staring, blue eyes sharp. "Ashura." She jumped awake, in a room not outside. Arms not wings, a mouth not a beak. A dream, it had only been a dream. Pushing herself upright, Ashura took in her surroundings more clearly, one hand rubbing the bleariness from her eyes. No, everything was as it should be. She was on Dragonstone, in her chambers, where she had fallen asleep unintentionally. Shaking her head to clear the last remains of the dream from her mind, Ashura stood. She remembered now, she had only intended to rest for a few moments, after working the whole morning and into the early afternoon. Her notes were still on her desk, slightly disorganized after she had worked on them without properly sorting them afterwards. Ashura walked to the large window cut into the stone, looking out over the island, the cool air smelling of ash and brimstone and the sea serving to prod her mind into being fully alert and awake, the dream already fading away. Still, something bothered her, and Ashura found herself leaving her chambers toward the windwire. It was a foolish thought, of course, but she walked the gallery and the way out of the two inner walls all the same. Entering the falconry, her eyes were drawn to Morning's cage, where her eagle was just where she should be, leather jess around her legs. Gold-rimmed black met purple, and Morning quickly recognized her, a short, shrill call demanding attention. Ashura released a breath and shook her head. She felt even more silly now. "Is everything in order, milady?" Dewar asked from the doorway to a small supply closet, his confusion plain to hear. "Yes, everything is fine," she answered him absently, eyes still locked with those of her eagle. Perhaps she should ask the maester if there was anything she should be worried about if things like this continued to happen. Before she turned to leave for her chambers again, another thought came to her. "Dewar, did you let Morning fly today?" "Yes, milady. I left her to hunt for herself around midday." Nodding her head, Ashura walked back to her chambers, unsure just what to think. She went back to work then, slightly unnerved, but focused on more important concerns. A few days later her morning was interrupted by a knocking on her chamber door. "Come," she said, loud enough to be heard through the heavy oak. The door was opened from outside, revealing one of the many servants employed on Dragonstone in the livery of House Targaryen. The young man looked apologetic, but whether it was the early hour or the message he bore that bothered him she could not say. "Milady," he said, taking a step into the room. "One of the guards on duty at the main gate sent me. There is man claiming he owes a favor to you at the gate." He is supposedly quite insistent. For a moment she wondered why this had even been brought to her. An unknown man at the gate, asking to see one of the castle inhabitants. Regardless of any claims, the guards should have simply sent him away. I will be right down. Ashura knew already who she should expect to be waiting for her at the gate. The servant excused himself, leaving the room again, and she finished combing her hair. Giving herself another once-over in the looking-glass after she had finished, Ashura stood and left her chamber. She walked the halls of Dragonstone at a brisk pace, to not spend too much time in the chilly air of the early morning. Torches served to heat them slightly, just as they served to light them in the evening, but only the different chambers, where a lit hearth drove the chill away, could truly be called comfortable in a castle this close to the open water and exposed to the winds from the narrow sea. King's Landing, at least, was so deep in Blackwater Bay that only a slight sea breeze ever reached it, though the city was incredibly unpleasant for entirely different reasons. Ashura descended the final staircase in the stone drum and left the central keep. 3 curtain walls defended Dragonstone from an attack by land, stone gargoyles and grotesques serving as crenellations on the dark walls. Much of the ancient Valyrian citadel had been shaped to look like dragons in some way. Sea Dragon Tower was an entire beast, staring out to sea, while other parts of the castle resembled limbs or body parts. Gates and doors were formed to resemble them all, wings served as ceilings over armory and smithy, and tails formed archways or staircases. The men-at-arms serving as guards at the first gate greeted her politely as she passed under the murder holes and beyond the innermost wall, their halberds raised to the sky. Above her crossbowmen patrolled the walls and watchtowers day and night, the small garrison dutiful and prepared for anything, though the realm had been at peace for 20 years now. She continued walking, tightening the shawl about her shoulder to keep some of the chill at bay. Passing the second gate, Ashura watched a few of Dragonstone's servants carrying crates into the castle. Candles from the Crown Lands and iron for the smithy, brought to the island by ship. Ashura could see the outermost gate then, and with it the guards stationed there and the blonde man in a yellow brigandine, her favor attached to his arm just like it had been at Harrenhal. Most likely he had bought passage on the same ship bringing the day's supplies to the island. Naruto was conversing with the guards to pass the time as she approached, but he quickly noticed her presence as she closed in on the gate, turning to greet her with a smile and a bow of his head. "Lady Dane," he said politely. There was little different about him after these months. The time spent learning at the citadel not enough to weaken the impression of a warrior he gave. Even the 3 interlocked metal rings attached to his belt, black iron, silver, and tin, did not manage to change that. "Sir Brigand," she replied jokingly, dipping into a shallow curtsy. The 2 men-at-arms that had been barring his entrance into the castle even as they conversed gave them a bit of space, obviously understanding that Naruto was not an unwanted visitor. "It is good to see you again." He grinned at her, and she knew there was a smile on her own lips. Before she could invite him inside, to talk of his time in Old Town and the citadel, Naruto reached for a small pouch at his side. The small wooden box was not much larger than her hand, and swiftly opened to reveal the object inside. Laid within protective folds of cloth was a brooch. "A gift for you," Naruto said, and there was something boyish about the charming smile on his face. An amethyst gently cradled in thin silver filigree made up the center of the piece, with small pearls set in silver surrounding the larger stone on all sides. White and silver and purple, it would go well with her other jewelry, as it would with her gowns and dresses. "It's beautiful." "Thank you." "Do you believe in magic, Ashura?" Naruto asked a few days after arriving on Dragonstone, when they were in the privacy of her chambers. He had been thinking of how to broach the subject with her and had finally settled on this. "What are you saying?" she replied, with a smile that slowly dropped when she seemed to realize that this was no attempt at japing. He felt what he needed in the room and walked over to a small table, barely hidden from view from the door. The pitcher of water was just where he expected it to be, and Naruto quickly filled a nearby cup before turning towards Ashura again. She looked confused and hesitant but waited for him to go ahead, nonetheless. Chakra answered his call as easily as it always did. Water did not act as wind did, when you tried to control it, but he had practiced this as much as he could with his limited knowledge. Fingers beckoned a tendril of liquid to rise, water wobbling slightly under his unmastered control. Ashura released a shocked gasp, but Naruto's focus remained on the water, completely committed to the simple yet taxing exercise, to the water slowly trailing along his palm. On a breath out he released the hold on his chakra and the water as one, letting it wet his hand as the liquid slid back down into the cup. Flicking away the remaining droplets, he raised his head to face her. She looked at him in amazement and surprise. "What? How?" She trailed off before visibly focusing her thoughts. "What was that just now?" "You can control the water." "In certain ways, yes." Without shadow clones to cut down the process, his progress was slow if steady. Nothing compared to his time mastering wind, but Kakashi had mentioned that moving on from your affinity usually took a long time. Stepping closer to him and the cup filled with water that was behaving in an entirely ordinary manner again, Ashura seemed unsure just what to focus on. "Could you show me again?" "Of course." Replicating the feat a second time was slightly easier since he had worked with this exact situation just moments before. Water rose to his chakras, beckoning, twisting in a slow, relaxed pattern. Ashura's fingers quested towards the liquid, hovering just slightly above it as it moved, unwilling to touch the water. Then, just as the last time, Naruto allowed the water to drop again, releasing it from his control. "Incredible." Her words were a whisper filled with wonder. Ashura turned her gaze on him, purple eyes bright and twinkling. "Did you learn this in the East?" "No," Naruto answered, shaking his head. "This part I figured out once I came here." He watched Ashura reach for the water in the cup and slowly, carefully dip the tips of her fingers into the liquid, as if at any moment it would rise up again to meet her halfway there. Instead, it reacted as any normal bit of water would, ripples moving outward as her fingers breached the surface. "This part?" Ashura asked, and seemed to come to another realization, eyes widening as unseen pieces fit into a place. "The picture. You knew where it was, even without seeing it?" "Yes," Naruto nodded. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, unsure whether to be confused or impressed. It seemed like she had half expected him to be capable of that feat, though he could not imagine why. "I can feel it, I guess." "Princess Nymeria, the desert witch," Ashura said absently, as if she was thinking aloud. Naruto tried to remember what he had learned about the historical figure from Shiro, but there had not been much, and of that nothing connected her to the title Ashura had just given her. Being driven from the Rhine with her people, eventually landing in Dawn, 10,000 ships, those parts he knew, but that didn't help. Princess Nymeria. She was of the Rhine, and when she landed in Dawn the Martells were only petty lords ruling over poor, barren lands from the Sand Ship. After the wars that unified Dawn under the Sun and Spear of the new House Nymerus Martell, Sunspear began developing more and more as other water sources were found nearby. Some stories claimed it was Nymeria herself who made the springs appear to water the land. Until now, I had thought it nothing but attempts to label the new Princess of Dawn a witch by those unhappy with her rule. You believe she could do what I can? Naruto asked. He knew nothing to dispute the idea, but that wasn't saying much. The events Ashura was speaking of were 1,000 years in the past, and nothing but a few written records and stories still survived from so long ago. If she could, would that not explain everything? All the prosperity her arrival brought to Dawn, beyond just the wisdom of the Roin her people began to share freely with their new neighbors. Naruto could have listened to her talk for days, the intensity she displayed incredibly enchanting. But his purpose in talking of magic had been an entirely different one. He could have dismissed the event entirely, chalk the encounter up to chance and his perception up to tiredness or a simple mistake, or even madness. But he knew better. He didn't know what it had been he had felt. Not exactly, at least. But that there had been something was beyond doubt. Something connected to Ashura. His senses Naruto could trust above all else. If you are capable of the same magic. Ashura trailed off, with a far-off look in her eyes, giving him the opportunity to interject, much as he would joy in continuing to listen to her. In truth, it wasn't any magic of mine I wanted to talk about, Ashura. It had only been a fleeting moment, gone as soon as he had noticed it, and there was the possibility that she wasn't really aware of it herself, but that gold-rimmed black gaze had watched him with entirely human awareness. Engrossed as she was, Ashura still clearly understood the implication of his words. She recoiled slightly, shaking her head. Surely not. When I was near Duskendale I encountered a beautiful eagle that landed on my arm. There was something strange about the encounter, beyond just the fact that the bird had no fear of me. And I think it had something to do with you. But that was just a dream, Ashura insisted weakly. Perhaps it had been unconscious action on her part, the ability entirely undeveloped and untrained. I don't think it was. Naruto tried for a supportive smile, noting her suddenly tense shoulders. Ashura sat on one of the nearby chairs and spent a few seconds in silent contemplation, simply staring at the wardrobe ahead without seeming to truly see. Some apprehension was to be expected, Naruto supposed. Even in the stories of the distant past he had encountered, those capable of controlling beasts were generally the villains. Then again, it could just be the thought of possessing such an ability without fork knowledge or control that was affecting her. Having a power you had unknowingly carried for so long suddenly explained had been quite a shock to him too, though he had been far younger then. Ashura visibly gathered herself, hands in her lap, her moment of hesitation and indecision left behind. Do you know what this is, I mean? Only from the stories, I'm afraid. Naruto shrugged and gave her an apologetic smile. Rose of Red Lake and the Warg King of Sea Dragon Point. Most of the stories he knew were very old, indeed. From the Age of Heroes, as the Maesters called it. You believe me a skin changer commanding beasts to do my bidding? A snort escaped Naruto's nose, half mortification and half amusement. Jiraiya would have slapped him upside the head for putting his foot in his mouth. He shook his head and tried to make Ashura see his sincerity. Not in nature, no, but in ability. At least once you have trained. Does that knowledge not cause you any concern? She asked him quietly, her purple eyes fixed on his own. The small undercurrent of uneasiness in her expression and tone tugged at him. Naruto crouched in front of her and reached out with his right to squeeze one of her hands in support, lips stretching into a smile. No. He earned the reaction he had hoped for, an answering smile appearing on her own face a few moments later. She shook her head, a note of amusement moving into her expression. Of course not. They remained as they were for a few seconds, until their touching hands attracted their attention again, both of their gazes dropping to the spot of contact. Naruto could admit to himself that he had not always acted in a way to hinder accusations of idiocy from others, but he was not completely oblivious. Strange as certain social conventions here were to him, the inappropriateness of this situation did not escape his notice. Slowly retracting his hand, Naruto felt heat crawl up his neck. A bit of skin contact and he grew red in the face. That was somehow more embarrassing than the whole situation in general. Their fingers lingered in fleeting contact for a moment longer before separating completely, which only invoked a spark of dissatisfaction from inside him. Naruto rose again, his eyes avoiding hers, half a step more distance between them now. A quick glance revealed her own face flushed prettily as well, and her hands folded tightly in her lap. Clearing his throat, he broke the awkward silence that had settled in. I don't know how much I can do, but I'll help you. With learning, I mean. Naruto knew nothing of skin changing, and the stories were like to contain as much falsehood as they did truth, but animals did like him, and he had seen Yamanekas work their craft in the past. If it worked the same way he could not say yet, but it seemed as fitting a place to begin their attempts as any other. Focusing on that was also an appropriate way to distract his wandering mind. He saw Ashura stand and smooth down the front of her dress from the corner of his eye. She stepped close, and then her fingers were a soft pressure on his arm as she leaned in to whisper in his ear, I look forward to it. The heat that had been on a slow downward retreat instantly returned, overwhelming any attempts at personal control. His head snapped around, focused her back as she hurried to the door. Ashura pulled open the heavy oak, still not turning to face him again. I will get morning, she said, her voice a slightly higher pitch, and closed the door behind herself. He heard nothing for a few moments and then her steps reached his sharp ears, slowly fading away as they continued down the hallway. Naruto slapped himself. Calm down, Naruto. You are not 15 anymore. When Ashura returned wearing a thick leather glove and the same eagle Naruto remembered from days ago clutching onto her arm, it was no longer time for his personal deliberations, but training instead. How do we do this? She asked after settling down, morning still calmly gripping onto the heavy leather. Naruto sat down opposite her and reached out a finger to run along the brown plumage. Morning cocked her head, gold-rimmed black eyes tracking every little motion but never changing to indicate any kind of aggression. I can only guess, but there must be some connection between you that you can use. Some thread connecting you to Morning. Ashura looked at him skeptically, and Morning mimicked her focus on his face in a display of unnatural synchronization that somehow seemed entirely fitting. Naruto tapped the fingers of his free left hand on his leg, thinking on what exactly to do. He wanted to take out a kunai to flip in his hand and fiddle with, but he controlled himself. Ino had always made a special hand scene to focus her target with, and maybe it was a little like entering his own mind to meet Kurama, too. Try to be calm, relaxed. Look at Morning and try to reach for her, for the bond you share. You did this before, even if you didn't know it at the time. Ashura closed her eyes for a moment and breathed deeply, before opening them again to look at Morning. He could see her focus, and the small twitches shared between her and her eagle as the minutes passed without any change. There was precious little Naruto could do for the actual training, at least as far as he knew. Guiding her along the path might have been possible were he capable of the same feat in the first place, but he was not. His own senses told him little. Without other eagles to compare against, Naruto could not say whether what he was feeling was unnatural for an eagle of Morning's kind and size. Ashura exhaled deeply, breaking from her attempt. She reached out with her free hand and gently stroked the feathers along Morning's back. This seems entirely pointless. I know not where to even truly begin. I cannot guarantee you success or give you an easy answer. But hard work and consistency have never led me astray, Naruto said and smiled at her in encouragement. If it was only motivation he could offer, then that would have to suffice. Ashura nodded resolutely and repeated her same approach from before. Nearly an entire week passed them by like that, without any visible success. On the 6th day of training, Naruto watched her quietly focus on Morning for minutes, and then her purple eyes lost their luster and her head dipped forward slightly, as if she had succumbed to sleep unintentionally. He stood and carefully reached for her shoulder, but that changed nothing. Looking at Morning revealed the same abnormally human comprehension and awareness that he remembered. Then the moment was gone. Morning shook her head, looking curiously around the room, while Ashura groaned and stretched her neck, her eyes screwed shut. When she opened them again they were unfocused, not quite seeing him even though he was crouching only inches away. Ashura rubbed her eyes and Morning flapped her wings without truly pulling on the leather jessie tying her legs to each other. Both of them seemed unsettled by the experience, which he supposed was only to be expected. Ashura, is everything all right? There was a satisfied smile growing on her face as she looked at him, still slightly bleary-eyed. Yes. It worked, if only for a moment. A servant found him as Naruto was languidly traversing the halls on the way to see Ashura as he usually did. I was asked to bring you, sir, the older man said with a bowed head before turning around and walking away, clearly expecting him to follow. Thinking for a moment, Naruto went along. There would be no harm in showing up a bit later and he was sure Ashura would understand. He could always find something to make it up to her later. The servant ignored any of his attempts at questioning as they walked, simply leading him through the old castle at a brisk pace. They passed pictures of many Targaryens of old proudly displayed in the hallways, and tapestries showing hunts or some of the many dragons that had been ridden more than a century ago. Leaving the main keep they walked a bit longer before finally coming to a small, tucked-away courtyard. It was well taken care of but had clearly not seen a lot of use in recent times. Right in the middle was Arthur Dane, Ashura's brother. Clad in armor and with dawn unsheathed and casually placed tip first in the ground, as if he was standing guard. A silent sentinel. Waiting. Naruto remembered seeing him at Harrenhal, and the rare glimpse he had caught of the White Knight in these weeks on Dragonstone, but they had never really met properly. With a quick scissor and a bow of his head, the servant turned and left again, gone to fulfill whatever other duty was expected of him and leaving the two of them alone in the courtyard. I do not think it requires saying, but I am Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning and the older brother to Ashura. I am well aware, Naruto said and inclined his head in greeting. Arthur returned the gesture, what could be seen of his expression through the helmet polite but neutral. Gauntleted hands moving from where they had rested on Dawn's rounded pummel, Arthur picked up the weapon of his position and title, milk glass steel bracing against one relaxed, armored shoulder. Dawn was not a blade of normal metal, forged centuries ago from the heart of a fallen star, but it behaved much like Valyrian steel. Lighter, stronger, and sharper than even the best of ordinary metal. Sorcerous in origin and inherently magical. In the same vein, I believe it to be understood that as her brother I care for my sister and her well-being. That includes a certain investment in the company she keeps, even of her own choice, Arthur continued. The early morning played across the clear edge of dawn, reflecting the sun shining down from above in a muted array of colors. Naruto was armed himself, of course. His Valyrian steel dagger he carried openly at his belt, but half a dozen kunai were scattered around his body as well, joined by a few shuriken in a small pouch at his side. It is good. Arthur nodded. Naruto, was it not? Are you an honest man, and a true one? Naruto quietly considered the Knight of the King's Guard for a moment. The even stance, the measured gaze, and the polished white armor with not a scratch in sight. Despite that, he was sure that Arthur had seen battle before. There had been no clear threat spoken, but the implication was heard loud and clear. Arthur would not shy from violence, if necessary. I try to be as much as I can. Being true to himself was the easier of the two, but honesty was not always in great supply for him. He was a shinobi still, even without a village to call his own. Arthur nodded again, accepting his answer for what it was. Still shouldering Dawn, he walked towards one side of the courtyard, where a wooden stand held a scabbard of white and gold and silver, and two simple steel blades. After Dawn's unique blade had been hidden away, Arthur took up the two other swords, gauntlets closing around the blades just below the guard. They were roughly identical, and both shorter in the blade than Dawn, though the hilt still allowed enough space for two hands to be used. Naruto accepted one of the weapons, quickly noting both its weight and feel, and the blunt edge. That was another similarity between the two simple armaments. They would not cut or pierce, but the force imparted by a hit would still hurt, though Arthur not half as much as him, on account of the other man's armor. Arthur reached his former position in the center of the courtyard, leaving a few feet between the two of them and more than enough room to maneuver to either side. Weapon in both hands, he adopted a simple guard position, hilt raised next to his head with the tip pointing at the sky. I would see for myself. In the Song of Steel, men oft reveal their true colors. Very well, Naruto said, accepting the situation. The weapon was longer and slightly heavier than his own sword, but if he wanted, using it with only one hand would not present an issue. That he was at a disadvantage was more than clear, the lack of armor, the unfamiliar weapon, but he had no fear of bruises. Once he had adopted a guard of his own, Arthur stepped forward. The bout had begun. Naruto waited for the other man to come to him. Aggression was usually his way, when he had no clear plans at least, but there was value in defending as well. The two-handed grip made leverage for more relevant than it ever was for him with his other weapons, and making that adjustment quickly was no easy thing for him. The sword may not be a polium exactly, but in that way it behaved like one. The only time he had ever used weapons like that was at Harrenhal, more than half a year ago. On the final step forward, Arthur brought his own blade down in a fast cut. Naruto sidestepped the attack aimed at his shoulder and swept his blade out, pushing against the offending sword and forcing it the side. Arthur allowed his blade to move with the push and leveraged that force to spin the sword in a tight circle, freeing it to move into a short forward stab. Naruto countered by raising the hilt, so that the coming steel tip moved between blade and crossguard and could be forced away from his body. The position of his arms wasn't as natural as it should have been, reducing his available strength and the options for following movements. Arthur could have likely pushed right on through the unpracticed block, but he took a step back instead, disengaging their weapons, and assumed his guard again without any further aggression. When a moment had passed in stillness, Arthur replicated the exact position Naruto had been in with his sword and then demonstrated the proper turn of the hilt to move into a block for an incoming stab. Correction shown, they continued again. This time their exchange did not end so quickly, steel meeting steel again and again, but when it did they began another right away. Slowly, Naruto found his feet with the weapon, and he moved for aggression of his own instead of his formerly defensive approach. He could not overwhelm his opposite with technique, the difference in skill between them a yawning chasm, but strength and speed could make up for that deficiency in many cases. Still, Arthur's defense was a steel wall, with no easy gaps to exploit. Fortunately, Naruto had no need for easy. Near an hour passed without a word spoken between them, and by the end Naruto had not kept track of how many bouts exactly had started and ended in that time. Most he had lost, even if his own blunted sword was not shy in finding Arthur's white armor during them, but more than a dozen had found him the victor as well, with Valyrian steel hovering above the downed knight's neck or eye forcing a submission. Regardless of the armor, when things moved beyond just the measured swinging of weapons, that was where he could use his own expertise, grappling and pulling and kicking and punching. It had made him appreciate once more how much plate complicated fighting for him, so long as he did not intend on killing his opponent. Wind would cut even that steel, but it would not stop there if he was inattentive for even a moment. The armor had gaps of course, but Arthur was as aware of those weak spots as he was and guarded the areas with particular attention. With a sword Naruto was not capable of overcoming that careful guard, unless he had the intention of going all out, which he did not. The earliest bruises Naruto had earned when his defense failed despite his best attempts had already disappeared again when they finished, and those that remained went entirely ignored. He had enjoyed himself, satisfaction rising from inside him. Sometimes, often, there was nothing better than training. Arthur seemed to agree, a content smile of his own visible now that he had taken off the helmet, revealing sharp features, and dark hair he shared with Ashura just as much as his eyes. Calming his breathing from its quickened state, Naruto walked over to the wooden stand at the side of the courtyard and placed the sword he had been using back into its former place. Then he waited, confident that there was something else yet to be said between them. Sweat slicked Arthur's hair and brow, the cool air clearly not enough to keep him from growing hot under the layers of armor. Taking a few deep breaths, he walked over and placed his own blunted blade back on the stand. Naruto watched him as he considered the stone wall of the courtyard for a moment, one hand playing over Dawn's intricate pommel marked with an image of the rising sun. We Danes are proud, and for now my sister stands as heir to that pride and our noble heritage. That may change, but the reality of her position as a woman of noble blood will not. I believe you understand. Arthur glanced over to him, and Naruto nodded his head. He wasn't unaware of the societal conventions that surrounded him, much as some of them still tended to feel a bit foreign. There was something else he had just noticed, however. It seems to me that you care little about it, Naruto said, his question obvious. Arthur seemed to understand, and flashed him an easy smile. I am a knight of the King's Guard and my only duty is guarding the true King of the Seven Kingdoms. What alliance is forged or benefit gained through my sister's hand is of no concern to me anymore. He shrugged his armored shoulders, clearly not particularly broken up about his lot in life. Those are considerations for my brother and Princess Elia. So long as Ashura finds some happiness in their choice, I will have no complaints. Naruto wondered if this was what having an older brother was usually like, at least for people not as messed up as Sasuke and Itachi. Having someone there that looked out for you sometimes, even if they didn't have to. I'll keep it in mind. Grabbing the sheathed Dawn, Arthur gave him a nod and turned to walk away, leaving Naruto alone in the small courtyard a few moments later. Whether Arthur had slipped up unintentionally or fully intended to include that small nugget of information, Naruto could not say, but it had been spoken all the same. At Harrenhal he had wondered at the different motivations and plots hiding beneath the surface, and now it seemed like he was right in the middle of them. Elia's bed had become her living space in the last days and weeks. Had she not felt quite so weak, she would have resented being largely confined to her chambers, but any physical activity drained her dry. Soon, now, the little one was kicking or moving all of the time, and the Maester had predicted the birth to occur with the coming of the new year. Only a few more days. There was some advantage to being in bed so much, at least. The freezing air did not affect her half as much, with thick furs and blankets keeping the chill at bay and a fire always roaring in her hearth. A knock and then her door opened. Sir Jonathan was her guard for the day and inclined his head respectfully, mindful of his duty no matter her state. "The Lady Ashura, Princess." He stood to the side, admitting a smiling Ashura into her chamber. She usually was, these days, no matter the occasion. Elia had not made a final decision on whether that should be cause for concern, envy, or happiness on her part. "Thank you, Sir Jonathan." The knight in white armor nodded and closed the door to the room again, leaving the two of them to their privacy. "How are you feeling?" Ashura asked, moving to a small table holding a flagon of wine, and poured 2 cups. The Dornish vintage had been watered down to protect the babe from any ill effects, but she would rather suffer the thin taste than knowingly harm her child. "Well, today at least," Elia answered, accepting one of the cups as Ashura sat on a nearby chair with her own. Taking a small sip, she made herself slightly more comfortable in her bed. "What can you tell me?" "Preparations in Riverrun are nearly finished. Judging by the extent, the wedding will likely take place not long after the announcement. Even if the alliance between Riverrun and Winterfell was largely known already, a proper official announcement was expected to be made before Brandon and Catelyn were wed. That the wedding would follow quickly was no great surprise, and they had half expected that to be the case already, but confirmation always trumped guesswork. She wondered if the events of Harrenhal had influenced Lords Stark and Tully in the decision to continue with their plans despite the sudden change of weather. Winter was not usually a time for weddings. Elia nodded for Ashura to go on. "The snows and cold have delayed a few shipments of supplies, but fortunately nothing essential was affected. I have the lists for you to look over later." Most likely Ashura had already taken care of everything important before even coming to her, but Elia did not argue with the coddling treatment she had been receiving for weeks. There was little point in doing so, when she knew herself that there was a certain necessity to it. There has also been word by Raven, of other gifts soon to arrive. Mutan, Daari, Went, Riker, Rosby, and Stokeworth. The pile grows ever larger, Ashura quipped. Gifts had been arriving for weeks now, from Dawn, the Riverlands, parts of the Reach, and near every other region of the 7 Kingdoms, leading to an ever-increasing collection. "If you don't want any for yourself when the time comes, you need only say so," Elia countered with a smile. Some thought flashed through Ashura's eyes then, but she did not give word to it, and instead continued with her original purpose in coming. Elia allowed it. For now, her curiosity could only wait for so long. Though she already had an inkling what it could be about. Ashura sipped from her own cup. "Finally, there is the matter of when we will leave for King's Landing. With winter coming back, a decision has to be made. Whether the babe was born tomorrow or in a fortnight, she would have to present her second child to the king and queen, just as had been done with Rhaenys." Elia knew that she would feel weak and exhausted for weeks, but expecting Aerys to allow a large delay on her account was hoping for a miracle. Rolla and Roriga might speak for a later date, but their efforts were not likely to be met with success. "Have Clement start the preparations for us to leave in a moon's turn. If frost or storm will not allow us to travel by then, it is out of our hands." Dragonstone's position in the mouth of the bay meant that it was far more exposed to storms than even nearby Driftmark. Winter was not the season for such events, of course, but Elia would not hold her breath for everything to proceed as it should when winter had returned after months of spring. "I'll see it done." Ashura nodded and made to stand. "There was something else you wanted to say, was there not?" Elia asked knowingly. The thoughts of denial on Ashura's face were clear to her, as was the moment she decided to oblige her. "I have only been wondering about the value of potential new allies and alliances, and what they are truly worth." "Ashura, you know as well as I that it cannot be." Elia took no joy in doing this, but she had to remain firm. "I have allowed you to indulge yourself, but these ideas are only fancies, nothing more. Once you are wed, you may do as you wish, but until then you are only making things harder for yourself." There had been no word from Winterfell after Harrenhal concerning the proposal Elia had made, though she had not truly counted on ever hearing of it again, considering the way Brandon had reacted to Rhaegar's insulting actions. But that did not mean Ashura was freed from all obligations in that regard. Even if it would not be Eddard Stark now, she would have to wed some lord eventually. Not a foreign, melee-winning Freerida. "You knew." "What did you think?" "That no one would notice his repeated presence in the castle." Ashura had not neglected her duties in any way, but that she had spent more of her time in her chambers had not escaped Elia's notice. Finding out afterwards that someone had recently been admitted to the castle on Ashura's invitation was not beyond her means, even while largely confined to her bed. "You have to know that this is folly." "But what if it was not?" Ashura asked, a resolute, earnest truth shining in her eyes. Elia had always been able to rely on Ashura to be mindful of her duty, but it seemed that in this regard things would no longer be as simple. She shook her head, unwilling to engage with Ashura's train of thought. "It is, whether you are willing to see it or not. Send him away, Ashura. If you have not done so by the time we leave for King's Landing, I will." Ashura's brows drew down, the very picture of uncharacteristic, youthful stubbornness. "But no, there is not but. I will hear no more of this," Elia cut in. She did not often have to think about their difference in age, but right now it seemed entirely apparent, though perhaps it was simply the difference in experience between them making itself known. Instead of attempting to argue further, Ashura pursed her lips, stood from her chair, and left in a swish of purple silks and dark hair. Only moments later Alice entered the room, the large book containing Dragonstone's accounts under one arm, and a look of confusion in her black eyes. "Did something happen between you and Ashura?" Elia shook her head, unwilling to engage with the same subject again, tiredness already creeping in. "Nothing important. Let's just get to the accounts." Her son was hungry and suckled greedily, as she remembered Rhaenys had shortly after her daughter had been born. Even in the face of an infant, Elia could see some of Rhaegar's features, and no doubt the resemblance would grow even starker with age, which was to say nothing of his coloring. Pale skin and a silvery dusting of hair meant there was very little resemblance between her and her son. The blue eyes could still darken significantly, but even Rhaenys' black eyes could sometimes look like the Valyrian purple when the light hit them just right. "He is your son, your heir. It is your duty to give him a name." Elia would have gladly given the little one a name fitting for a son of House Martell, but much as she wished for there to be no connection between them, the boy was Rhaegar's as much as he was hers. "Aegon. What better name for a king?" Rhaegar said from his spot by the window. His harp was within arm's reach, though for now he left it where it was. They had not spent much time within each other's presence since her return from Dawn, but she wanted peace for these next few days, even at the cost of suffering him in her chambers. "Will you make a song for him?" Elia asked, absently rocking Egon in her arms once he had finished nursing. "He already has a song. He is the prince that was promised, and his is the song of ice and fire." Roriga said it as if there was any meaning to his words, but her exhausted mind could not make sense of any of it. He continued to stare out of the window, unmindful of the cold evening winds, until something spurred him to pick up his harp again and lightly run his fingers across the silvery strings. He stood eventually and took Egon from her arms. Even had she been capable of resisting, Elia would have allowed him this much at least. No matter her feelings, Roriga was the babe's father. There must be one more. The dragon has 3 heads. The light thrown by the few lit candles in the room caught in his silver hair, seeming to make it glow around his face in an otherworldly manner, but her mind could match no sense to the words he spoke so quietly. He put Egon into his crib and left the room soon after, though if it had been minutes or hours, she could not say. Elia faded into slumber at some point even she was not aware of, her body entirely too exhausted to stay awake. Fortunately, her sleep was untroubled, though it ended far too quickly for her taste. 2 days later the maester made his announcement. "You are sure of this?" "As confident as any man is capable of being, Princess," the man said, bowing his head. "There is some small chance that your further recovery may come with miraculous improvements, but divine intervention is no basis for medicine. All the signs the citadel is aware of are clear. This one was already too close an affair. Any future pregnancy would lead to your death." Elia glanced to the side, to chance a look at her husband. In their nearly 2 years of marriage he had ever been a man of reason and calm, measured in his actions and responses, except for the once at Harengel. But now Roriga's lips were pursed with a spark of displeasure, and 1,000 veiled thoughts burned behind those indigo eyes. She had done her duty by him now, with a finality she had not expected to occur for decades yet. Certainly, 2 sons, an heir and a spare, would have been preferable, with a daughter to use in alliance, but with a son to inherit the Iron Throne and a daughter Roriga had already pawned off to the Starks, none could claim she had not fulfilled her obligation. Viserys could fill some part of that role, but the power he was granted would have to be measured even more carefully than that of younger brother to Egon. Her son would marry from the Marcher Lords, whether Reach or Stormlands, and Rhaenys was in the process of being given to the north, but that left many options still open for her brother by marriage. Elia wondered for a moment if all of them were simply playing out the gods' cruel game, with no true power to ever make decisions of their own. A Dornish princess for the prince and their firstborn for the Marches, then as now. But that way lay only madness, with nothing good to come of it. Better to focus on her former deliberations, whether they were truly her own or not. Viserys and potential matches. The Riverlands, perhaps. Jon Bracken, his father's heir, already had 1 young daughter if she remembered correctly. They were an old house, and powerful, but not so much as to danger her own children in the hands of their uncle. But there were others, and they would need to involve Lord Hoster, to avoid insulting his pride even further if nothing else. "Thank you, Maester Wildman," Prince Roriga said, breaking her from her thoughts and dismissing the man. Then he walked from the room with determined steps. Knocking woke Elia from her dreams. She opened bleary eyes in an attempt to make sense of her confused surroundings. Her chambers were dark in the night, though the whisper of morning was beginning to enter the room through a window. Far too early to be woken for any of her duties. Struggling to a seated position against her body's protests, she called, "Come." Her door opened, admitting the light of a candle into the chamber. With sleep still clouding her senses and the sudden light blinding her for a moment, it took a few seconds to recognize the man standing just over the precipice and looking uncomfortable. Princess Clement, a man of some faded Celtigar blood and Dragonstone's steward, nervously said with a bowed head. There were other faces hovering anxiously behind him, but they remained silent for now. Excuse the interruption of your rest. It is only, well, that there is a situation of some significance regarding the prince. One that is beyond my means to handle. That some of those working in the castle had already begun their day was no surprise, but that anything so important it could not wait had happened was. Speak plainly, Clement. What is this urgent situation, that you would need to wake me? Her first thought was of Egon and Rhaenys, that maybe something had happened to them. That worry managed to pierce her exhausted self with a moment of clarity. Even if the delivery was a few days behind her, it would take months of rest and recuperation until she felt like she was truly herself again, if the last time was anything to go by. He grimaced, the burning candle he carried casting shadows over his features that made him look half a corpse. Prince Rhaegar is gone. What? Considerable supplies were found to be missing from the kitchens, as are 9 horses from the stables. Word was brought to me quickly and I assured myself of the accuracy of these claims before seeking to personally inform the prince. Clement hesitated for a moment before continuing. There was no guard outside the prince's chamber and no answer to my attempts. When I eventually entered there was no one inside. Elia simply stared, unsure what to think or how to feel. Dragonstone was a strong castle, hard to besiege and harder to storm, but not so large as others in the 7 kingdoms. A determined attempt at a thorough search would not take long, and she could not imagine any reason for Rhaegar to leave his chambers to hide himself away in some nook in the first place. But she could not think of a reason for him to leave the castle entirely, unannounced and in the middle of the night, either. What about Sir Arthur and Sir John at Hall? If Sir Oswell is absent and the prince disappeared, they have to be informed. Clement exchanged silent looks with the others behind him and seemed to become even more uncomfortable. Elia did not much care, being woken was bad enough, having them dally unnecessarily even worse. Well. They are gone, Princess. All members of the Kingsguard, as well as the prince's companions. All their chambers are empty. All of them. Rhaegar called few his friends, but near all that could fit the description had been on Dragonstone just yesterday, the only exception she could think of being Lord Brian Caron. Yes. Elia lowered her head into her hands and began massaging her forehead in an attempt to stave off the coming headache, uncaring of the eyes on her. There had been no word she could recall that would explain these events, no news that could have forced Rhaegar to act in this way. But believing that he had been taken, with 3 members of the Kingsguard and 3 other capable knights not only unable of stopping whatever had transpired but taken along without anyone being the wiser until now, would be admitting herself to insanity. A dark whisper at the back of her mind reminded her that perhaps it was not she who was in the grip of madness here. That judgment, however, could be left for when she knew more. Firming her shoulders, Elia looked at the nervous people still hovering at her door. Have a meal brought up, and bring Ashura to me. Darcy, help me dress. And wake the others as well. Throwing off the furs and blankets, she slowly scooted to the side of the bed and slid her feet onto the cool stone floor from their warming shelter. The shock of cold helped Elia focus her mind, and ignore some of the nausea welling up from her stomach. She was still weak, and had spent very little time on her feet in the last weeks, but it needed to be done. "Milady, you shouldn't," the young woman insisted quietly, though she walked over all the same. The others at her door had similarly followed the commands, leaving to set everything in motion after closing the heavy oak door. "My dress," Elia insisted in turn, already shrugging out of her nightgown as quickly as her body allowed. Even using both arms, it took her minutes to finally get the garment off, and Dancy had taken that time to light candles to give them more light than the barely rising sun supplied for now. Even though the fabrics were soft and tailored to her pregnant body, the sensation of putting them on brought her great discomfort, only eclipsed by the pain of standing at all, which she would have failed under only her own power. That Dancy had to support her with, even that meant that a usually quick process took far longer, but in the end, she was clothed and as ready as she could be to handle the current issue. Finally seated in her solar after eating what morsels she could stomach, Elia would have preferred going right back to sleep, but that was not to be. Her door opened to admit Ashura inside after a quick knock. There was no guard there to announce who was outside, with all 3 Kingsguard missing from the castle. "Elia, what happened?" Ashura asked, clearly slightly out of breath from rushing to get here quickly. In her haste she had neglected fully brushing her hair, dark locks tumbling wildly around her face. "I was only told that something was wrong." "They are gone. Roriga, Arthur, Sir Oswell and the others." Ashura stopped, confusion plain to see. "What?" "They left, like thieves in the night, with no word of their intentions. To where, only the gods know. Supplies and horses gone, and only empty chambers left behind." Just thinking about it again threatened to give her a headache. Elia could not imagine any reasonable explanation for these events, none at all. It was the unreasonable ones she still hesitated to seriously consider. "Gone? From the castle or the island?" Ashura asked, slowly lowering herself into a chair. "Their rooms, for now, though the island seems certain. There was the possibility that Roriga and his companions had chosen to leave for one of the small inns in the village around the port, in the middle of the night and unannounced, but that seemed only wishful thinking. What use would they have for supplies and additional horses? Gods!" Ashura leaned forward, hands covering her eyes for a moment. There was a certain catharsis in seeing Ashura's reaction mirror her own. "What do you want to do?" "It is not a matter of what I want. What is Roriga thinking? What could possess all of them to act this way?" Elia sighed deeply, in an attempt to keep her mind on the issue at hand. Blame could be a matter for later, when she had some inkling of the truth. "No, you are right. We need to find out what happened." Clement had not returned since alerting her, which suggested that there had been no immediate revelations on the matter. Unfortunately, that left them with little to go on. Some servants may be aware of something, but there were many of those on Dragonstone, and questioning all of them would take up much time. Was there a raven? Or a messenger? "None I am aware of." Ashura shook her head. She often kept a careful eye on the rookery, so any developments were known to them as quickly as possible. If a messenger came, they did so in the night. People at the docks might know about any ships coming or leaving in that time. There was value to that idea, but Elia knew that these considerations were largely irrelevant. She did not like that her thoughts turned towards preventing possible disaster so quickly, but her doubts and worries would not be quieted by theories and explanations. Knowing alone would not prevent anything. Action was needed for that. "That may give us hints, but we need to actually find them," and quickly Elia said, fully aware that accomplishing that would be no easier. With Roriga gone, she was the highest authority on Dragonstone and could command its garrison for her own purposes if she so chose. But control over more than 80 knights, men-at-arms, and crossbowman was of little worth when all those men would first and foremost obey Ruroga in the end. Elia did not doubt that they would head out on her orders, that they would search in her name, but bring Ruroga and his companions back. Against their will. She did not delude herself into believing that. Ashura was just as aware of that issue as she was, but that did not seem to stop her in the same way. Squaring her shoulders, Ashura met her eyes. I know how to accomplish that. It did not take Elia long to understand. Her first instinct was to dismiss the idea out of hand, but she stopped herself. What other option was there, truly? Sighing deeply, Elia felt a headache coming in the distance, to join her other aches and discomforts. Call for him then, though I question what one man can accomplish. Ashura stood and hurried from the solar, leaving her to her thoughts. Elia leaned back in search of what comfort could be found in this situation. Her joints throbbed and exhaustion weighed heavily on her shoulders, but there was little to be done about that except continue as she had and hope for things to improve. A few quiet minutes passed, leaving her hovering on the edge of sleep, until knocking announced Ashura's return, shortly followed by the door opening and steps entering the solar. Sitting up fully, Elia tried to preserve what image of nobility she could for this meeting. Ashura stepped into view, shortly followed by Naruto. Princess, he said, and inclined his head in polite greeting. He was armed and armored, clad in the yellow brigandine he had fought the melee in. She still remembered him from Harengel more than half a year ago, though she had never directly interacted with him during the tourney. With the situation so different now, Elia could not help but reevaluate her original impression. That he was capable in a fight she already knew, but there was a presence about him that made her think that he was more a warrior than anyone she had ever met. But she needed a soldier more than she did a warrior, one following only her own orders. Join me, Elia said, with a small gesture towards the other nearby chairs. After Ashura had taken her former seat again and deposited a leather tube on the small table in the room, he chose the nearest one for himself, his sharp blue eyes focused entirely on her. They sat opposite each other, with Ashura bridging the two sides. You are aware of the situation? Elia began. His eyes shifted towards Ashura for a moment. The broad strokes. Your prince has gone missing, and you need to find him. Yes, Elia nodded, and I would ask you to do it. Tell me everything you know, Naruto said, accepting, and leaned forward. We do not know what they are planning or what port they seek, only that they left, with some supplies and 9 horses, she said. Ashura reached for the leather tube she had brought and opened it to unfurl a map of the surrounding lands, islands, rivers, castles, and all. And ports most importantly. There are many ports nearby, though King's Landing is unlikely. I don't think they would go further than Gull Town, but they might seek the Bay of Crabs for the ports further inland. Naruto stood and moved closer as her finger moved along the parchment, following the possible route into the heart of the Riverlands. Wickenden, Maidenpool, Solpants, not to mention the smuggler retreats littering the coast of Crackclaw Point. Of course, if whatever Ruroga was seeking was further south, they might be entirely wrong. Sharp Point would be closest, but Mass's Hook was largely mountainous and slow to traverse by horse. The small port at the mouth of the Wentwater would be better, with a quick way into the Kingswood, but considering the company that had left they might go much further south into Shipbreaker Bay. Who is with him? He asked, eyes roaming the map and taking everything in with clarity and focus. Arthur, Sir Oswell, and Sir Jonathan Hoare of the Kingsguard, and Sir Richard Lunmouth, Sir Miles Mouton, and Lord John Connington, Ashura listed quickly. Elia did not think that he knew them at all, but he clearly got something from the information nonetheless, so she did not intercede. He reached out to tap his index finger on a nearby spot and then glanced at her. Can you get me a ship to Duskendale? The port was closer than King's Landing, and the source of a large part of the wares brought to Dragonstone by ship. House Riker owed their position entirely to House Targaryen, and Aerys specifically, who had granted them the lordship after House Darklin's defiance. Elia wondered why he had so quickly decided on that destination and not one of the many other possibilities, but she did not question his choice. Considering his prowess and Ashura's continued interest, his confidence was plainly not just veiled bravado. You will have the quickest passage possible. Some ships might have set out for the water already, but there would be others still floating in port, moored and not long from being able to depart. If she had to threaten one of the captains to have them set course for Duskendale instead of their usual destination, so be it. Naruto nodded, a confident, satisfied grin appearing on his face. Good. What do you want me to do with them? Elia did not know whether to consider his simplistic approach to be charming or laughable. What she was asking of him would be entirely unreasonable for even an entire contingent of men to accomplish, and yet this one man was acting like it was simplicity itself to search what might well be the entire Crown lands and Riverlands combined for a group of 7. Was it perhaps her own brand of madness that she felt inclined to believe in him, nonetheless? Bringing them back here will suffice. I'll do what I can, he said, his left hand, scarred with angry red marks along the back and wrist, settling on the pommel of the blade he had sheathed at his belt. Naruto turned to leave, presumably to prepare everything he would need, and Ashura joined him near the door. Elia ignored their whispered conversation and the smile that immediately came over her expression, focused on the exact situation she found herself in. She wondered if it was a mark upon her or Roriga, that her thoughts had so quickly turned towards preventing the next disaster sparked by his actions, even without any idea what he was even attempting to do. Once Ashura and Naruto had left the solar, Elia succumbed to sleep, her exhaustion finally too much to ignore. Even though Naruto had half expected it already, he was somewhat disappointed when Duskendale did not yield any useful intel either after his short time in Hull. Even a silver stag had not made the harbour master talk of any ships from Dragonstone arriving late the previous day, though the man had snatched up the coin easily enough. He had continued on, questioning deckhands and sailors and those living close to the harbour without any luck. When none of the guards watching the town gates had been able to supply any useful information either, Naruto had been resolved to leave. Duskendale had been a choice of convenience, made because he already knew the port after using it to arrive on Dragonstone in the first place and on account of the relatively short distance, but there were other good options, perhaps even more likely than this one. Already, he was likely to be near half a day behind, with the late start and the time his own ship had taken to get him here. Naruto could make up for that again in speed, yet that required him to know exactly where to look, even if it was only a past location. He was no Kakashi, but he had learned something about tracking, and a group 7 strong riding horses through the country would leave a trail if they wanted to or not, one he could pick up on and use. Naruto shook his head, looking at the 2 different directions he could take to leave the market square and with it Duskendale. 3 of the prince's companions were of the Riverlands. Mutan from Maidenpool, Went from Harengel, and Daari from Daari, each further north from Duskendale than the next, but the 3 others were of more southern regions, in the Stormlands and Dawn respectively. Instinct was telling him to ignore the latter, and Naruto was accustomed to trusting his instincts above all, but he knew close to nothing of the prince or his companions, Ashura's brother the only exception and that a small one at best. How they acted, thought, planned. how they fought. All of it would have given him some insight to use, but he had none of it. So, move north from here, and ignore those possibilities, or head south instead, towards King's Landing and beyond, into the Kingswood and then the lands around Shipbreaker Bay. Making either choice would mean discarding any chance at returning later and still finding anything of value in the other direction. But without shadow clones he needed to make one all the same. As he was thinking about his options, Naruto's hand moved for one of the small pockets sewn into his cloak. Hidden away in the small space was the token Ashura had given him in Princess Elia's name, so that the men he was searching for and especially the prince would know who had sent him. Ashura's instincts had tended towards the north as well, with her focus on the Bay of Crabs and the ports that could be found there, and both of them being of one mind in that was good enough for him. His decision made, Naruto set out towards the north. The road from Duskendale split into two not far from the gates, one leading along the coast and the other cutting across the land to bridge the way towards Maidenpool as quickly and directly as possible. It was the longer path along the coast Naruto chose for himself, setting off on a brisk run with Blackwater Bay on his right and snow-covered fields to his left. This way he would reach Rook's Rest the next afternoon, even sooner if he didn't stop to sleep. But that would be unwise this early, when he could easily be traveling and searching for weeks. Once he had a trail to follow, that kind of effort would not be doomed to be a waste. So he ran and continued to run as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only the moon and stars to light his way. The hours passed without incident, only the rare sound of snow crunching beneath some animal's feet or a cold breeze rustling the barren trees breaking the peaceful quiet. With only the sky as his companion, Naruto could not help but focus on the view up above, though the sight only filled him with a feeling of melancholy, and memories more than a year old by now he would rather not summon from where he had pushed them away. I wonder what you are doing, sometimes. Naruto shook his head. What a pointless thought. He distracted himself from those deliberations by focusing on the road instead and pondering the intentions of the men he was pursuing. Ashura had seemed entirely baffled by the matter, and Princess Elia's frustration had not been a faked either, but that left him no closer to an answer. As he crested a hill, Naruto wondered what would make him abandon his home, wife, and 2 children without leaving even a simple note. Maybe he was only deluding himself and he didn't really have any of those things, but he did not think anything would. The only thing that came close was a promise. Was the prince the same, perhaps? And if he was, who had he made such an important promise to? In the end it didn't really matter. Promise or not, Naruto had been asked to bring them all back. A mission in all but name, and he'd do his part. Zabuza had had his own reasons too, not that that comparison was entirely fair. The hour of the wolf had arrived by the time he chose to stop, gentle blackness veiling the hills and forests all around him. With winter returning, the nights were long, and it would be hours until the sun rose, leaving him enough time for some rest before he crossed the remaining miles to Rook's Rest. His gear was light, filled as it was with only the bare necessities. Dry supplies that would last him a few days, an additional cloak, thick and warm, and most importantly kept dry in his pack, flint and stone so he didn't need to waste chakra on making a fire, and everything he needed to maintain his weapons. Chewing on a small piece of dried meat, Naruto picked out the nearest sturdy tree and climbed up. Wrapped in his cloak and sitting on a thick branch, he leaned back against the trunk and closed his eyes. Have there been any ships out of Dragonstone these last days? Naruto asked the dockworker in Maidenpool. He had just bought a mug of ale. The weathered man pondered the filled mug in front of him for a few moments, before meeting his gaze again, still chewing on his sour leaf. That depend on who's asking. The man who just offered you that mug, Naruto said, nodding at said mug, unwilling to let himself be led on. He knew this game, and what approach worked best depended on the person you sat across from. Upping the price so early would only communicate that he was desperate to learn anything. Might be there were one of those. After spitting out the pink juices his chewing had gathered, the man reached for the mug and drained near half of it in one pull. Did there happen to be someone important on that ship? In red and black, or maybe in white? The princess had not asked complete secrecy from him, though there was a certain discretion expected with all missions. It was an avenue he had to exploit anyhow if he wanted to get anywhere. Rook's Rest had yielded nothing, and instead of continuing along the road that followed the coast up Crack-Claw Point, Naruto had made his way directly north, forests as much of a path to him as the road was. He had reached Maiden Pool barely an hour ago, after a total of 4 days of travel from Duskendale. Something flashed through the dockworker's green eyes, and Naruto had to suppress the impulse to smile. A lead, finally. He had worried that the prince and his companions might have changed attires to hide their presence. Might be there were those colors. Folk like that usually don't spend much time speaking with the likes of me. He took another pull of the ale, emptying the mug. Either way, my throat is much too dry to talk more of it. Might be I'd be willing to change that. Naruto gestured for one of the passing tavern wenches to bring another mug, and the broadly smiling woman did not take long to fulfill that request in exchange for a few coppers, placing another filled mug on the wooden table he was sitting at. The dockworker reached for the ale, most likely with the intention of draining half of it in one pull again, but before he could slide the mug closer to himself, Naruto reached out with his right hand, fingers closing around the rim and holding fast. We were talking of men in red and black, and in white. Power through your dry throat for that, and I'll leave you to your ale. After thinking it over for a few moments, and clearly considering further attempts at pulling the mug from his grasp, the dockworker came to a decision. Harshly red and tongue-wetting his lips, he began, there was a ship like you say, came into port late last night. Heard the sailors complain about having to sail through the dark. He knew little of ships, but covering the distance from Dragonstone in that time with good winds did not seem impossible to him. The man reached for the mug, but Naruto did not let go just yet. And the passengers on board? Might have been like you said, red and black and white, but the harbor master don't pay me to keep count of everyone getting off the ships, he answered mulishly, shoulders set with angry stubbornness. Did you happen to see which way they left? West, maybe. Don't make a habit of following honest men. Naruto nodded, accepting the information for what it was. He released the rim of the mug and stood from the table. Reaching into the small purse at his belt, Naruto placed a few coppers onto the table, enough for the man to buy himself at least one other mug of ale. For your troubles. That done, he left the stinking goose behind, happy to be rid of the smell as much as he was to have gained any kind of information to work with. The late afternoon was grey and cold, though the sky was mercifully clear and there had been no new snows to cover what tracks he might still be able to find. His supplies Naruto had already replenished, after finding himself a hot meal upon arriving in the city, more dried foods joining what had remained to him from before. It was lacking in taste, and consuming it could be an exercise all its own, but it nourished him and allowed him to keep going without the need to light a fire every time. Maiden Pool was surrounded by pink stone walls, and the banners of House Mouton, a red salmon on white, were proudly displayed all over the town and along the walls and watchtowers. Naruto continued towards the gates, ignoring the inns, workshops, and famous bathhouse in the heart of the town. The Mutan castle was raised on a nearby hill, where the defensive position was even stronger than just high stone walls could supply and allowed it to overlook the city and busy port. He reached the western gate quickly and passed beneath the murder holes and crossbowmen without issue. The fields outside of the town were covered in white and largely unmolested, except for the play of young children. Any farmer usually working the fertile soil would not waste their time doing so in the cold when any attempt would only be met with failure. 2 roads lead roughly westward, one joining the King's Road directly and one following the Bay of Crabs inland until it reached the mouth of the Trident in Dare lands, but for a few hundred yards those 2 roads were one and the same as they lead from the town gate. Unfortunately, the snow immediately outside the gates was a mess of mud, half-melted snow, and hundreds of footsteps, human and animal both. Kakashi and his dogs might have been able to gather something from that, but he could not. Slowly continuing further up the road, Naruto kept a careful eye on the tracks in the snow, nonetheless. With snow abound and the weather as unpleasant as it was, few people traveled if they could avoid it, meaning that the tracks actually leading away from Maidenpool were far fewer than those close to the gates. There were the continuous, narrow tracks of wagon wheels, those left by horses, oxen, or mules, and many, many from normal people. It wasn't until he reached the split in the road, one path heading west directly and the other splitting off to continue roughly northwest, that any of the tracks were of use to him. Crouching down to get a closer look, Naruto attempted to pass the tracks he was looking at. There were a few wagon tracks clustered together, some of oxen in the space between 2 wheels, but the multitude of oval marks could only be horses, and quite a number of them. 9 of them had been taken from Dragonstone, but differentiating that many from tracks left in snow for what was likely to be an entire day was an exercise in futility. More importantly, where the road split into 2, the horse tracks did as well, 3 splitting off to move along the road by the bay while the others moved towards the King's Road. It had been good fortune to find any tracks at all, ones as legible as these were even more so, but there was only so much luck he could expect. Following the larger group was the obvious path, and Naruto did not let himself be sucked into doubting that. Standing up, he headed out again. A few hours of running yet, and then he could get some rest again. Leather boots pushed against the snow, and he was off, following the way towards the King's Road at a brisk running pace, some of his focus always on the marks in the white ground. The next day brought new snows, as if he was being mocked for his attempt at tracking, but that did not dissuade him. When he reached the King's Road the day after, whatever tracks had ever existed had long been covered and trampled under new ones. Seeing no sense in the prince taking a ship towards Maidenpool and then heading south towards King's Landing anyway, Naruto continued on northwards as well. He had only taken a short rest the previous night, little more than 5 hours, before heading off again, something inside him motivating him to move quickly. Barely 2 hours after noon, he heard horses in the distance. Very quietly, at first, barely more than a whisper in the wind, but quickly gaining in volume with every moment. Too quickly, in fact, for the horses to be heading in the same direction he was. Jumping up the nearest tree for a better look, Naruto shaded his eyes against the sunlight reflecting off the snow covering the land. There. Right down the road, a few hundred yards still, but coming closer. 5 men, riding as if hounds, were on their heels. But Naruto could see no one chasing them. Jumping down, the snow crunching under the soles of his boots, he walked towards the road proper again. It was instinct that had him quickly checking the weapons he carried, but he did not shy from it. Trouble sometimes had a way of finding him. Snow crunched, reins snapped, and men shouted at each other unintelligibly. Closer and closer they came, until Naruto judged they were close enough to have taken notice, even with them looking around all the time. He raised a hand from beneath his thick cloak, hailing the riders, and stepped into the middle of the King's Road. This was an opportunity for him. Perhaps these riders knew something about the prince. "Halt!" the first rider called, pulling on his reins to bring his horse to halt. The animal protested the movement but stopped all the same, as did the other riders coming behind the first one. None of them looked particularly pleased about being asked to stop, but he needed only one question. "Good sirs. I would only ask a moment of your time." All the men were covered in thick furs and fine clothing, and then Naruto spotted the different sigils they all displayed. The silver eagle on indigo of House Mallister was the least strange of the symbols to chance upon near the border between Went and Dari lands. He quickly recognized the sky blue Arin falcon and the black iron studs of House Royce, but it were the last two sigils that caught his immediate attention, the silver fist on scarlet of House Glover and the grey direwolf on white of House Stark. Then he recognized the rider at the front. In the same moment the other man clearly recognized him as well. "Naruto?" Brandon Stark asked, surprise managing to overwhelm his formerly angry expression. Naruto inclined his head in greeting, a small grin on his face. That made things a lot easier. "You know him?" the rider in Mallister livery asked, urging his horse forward and next to Brandon's. "He was champion of the melee at Harrenhal." "Well met, then." The Mallister inclined his head as well, the hand that had been reaching for his sword returning to the reins. "I will be quick," Naruto said, before any other questions could be asked. He did not want to let the gap widen too much by dallying, and they were clearly in a hurry too. "I am seeking a group of riders that came this way no more than a day past. A group with Prince Ruroga at its head." What easy atmosphere had settled in was immediately eliminated. There was a palpable tension in the air now that made him think combat could break out at the drop of a hat. "I'll kill him," Brandon growled, fury returning to his stance and expression. Exchanging hard looks with his companions he made to set off. Before he spurred his horse again Brandon gave him a savage smile. "Thank you for this." And then they rode on, never thinking to answer his question or explain what he had just helped them with. Naruto watched their backs get further and further away, and a part of him wanted to run and catch up with them, to find out what the problem was. But he had his own mission to accomplish, with or without getting any new information from them. With one last lingering look at their fading silhouettes Naruto turned away and fell back into a run, widening the gap between them all even faster than it had already been happening. He tried to ignore the foreboding feeling developing in his gut. In the next few days winter retreated near as quickly as it had returned. It had not even been 2 moons of cold and frost, and already what snow there had been had melted away again, leaving everything wet and muddy. By night everything would be hardened by the cold again only to then melt with the dawn of the next day. Naruto had asked around Dari without fortune, only learning the fact that Brandon had come from further north, stopping with his companions to ask after his sister and to exchange their horses for fresh ones before moving on again. One of Ruroga's companions was a Dari, and Naruto thought it likely that their company had stopped at the castle, but none would tell him of it. With nothing else to go on, there was only the option of moving south again, this time on the road along the bay, to see if the 3 horses that had split off might be found that way. Otherwise he could have only begun sweeping the surroundings lands, relying on fortune alone to bring him close to success. Instead of running the entire way back towards Maidenpool, Naruto made his way more carefully, eyes sweeping the countryside. He passed on the lookout for any sign of other people and especially horses. These were still Dari lands, stretching near half the way to Maidenpool along the Bay Road, and he couldn't help but hang on to the fact Sejonatho Dari was one of the prince's companions. Then again, so was Sir Miles Mouton. Now that snow no longer covered every inch, there were other people using the road again, seeking markets or septs or potential work, which only complicated matters. 3 times he encountered a situation he thought had potential before crossing into lands under the governance of House Mouton again. 3 hedge knights with 2 young squires the first time, a balding septon and his companions and mule the second, and 2 young children with another barely grown young man who was likely an older sibling the third time around. All of them completely useless for his mission, though the last was at least slightly amusing. It wasn't his style to give up on anything, but even Naruto could admit that some kind of reset might be in order. On the night of his second day back in Mouton lands, a small shimmer of light against the branches a few hundred yards away attracted his attention. All the other encounters he had happened upon had been close to the road, barely any depth into the surrounding tree line at most. It was odd, and odd served to get his attention immediately. There were no other travelers on the road this late at night but him, everyone else long since finding some kind of camp to rest for the night. Naruto slowly made his way through the barren tree line, steps almost unconsciously muffled in the scattered grass and dirt. Chakra would have allowed him true silence if he wished, but that seemed entirely unnecessary considering the situation. He crept closer, the light growing bigger and stronger against the blackness. Lighting a fire at night was always a matter of risk if you wanted to stay hidden, even a small flame becoming visible for miles, especially from an elevated position. There was another advantage to a light source in the night, for him at least. It made it infinitely harder for those near the source to see things in the dark, even if those things were already very close. Not even 10 yards from the outer line of the small clearing they were using, Naruto came to a stop, taking in all the details he could with a sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. He couldn't stop himself from grinning. 3 horses had been bound to nearby trees, saddles and heavy saddlebags placed in an orderly fashion not far away. Yet only 2 men sat around the small fire, the clothing of one marked by the red salmon of House Mouton and that of the other by the skulls and lips on gold of Lunmouth. You really don't wonder? Sir Richard Lunmouth asked, looking up from the small fire for a moment, his sheathed sword leaning against his right shoulder. He was only wearing a collar and shirt of mail for protection under the cloak and surcoat, but Naruto could see a polished breastplate latched to the outside of a nearby pack. No, Sir Miles Mouton answered curtly, while running an oilcloth along the blade of his long sword, gaze focused entirely on the weapon. We are doing our part by doing this. What the prince is doing in that time doesn't matter. I know. But I can't help but wonder anyway. Richard scratched the back of his head, a grimace on his stern face. He was a tall man even sitting down and gifted with a strong build. You shouldn't think so much. You aren't any good at it, Sir Miles said simply, and turned his blade around to oil the other side. Fuck you, Miles. There was a small, hidden grin playing over the Mouton knight's face. I hate to interrupt, but a princess gave me an important task. Neither of the 2 lacked for instincts, and both shot up from their seats, oilcloth, scabbard, and humor quickly forgotten as they brandished their steel in his rough direction. Who's there? Sir Richard shouted, squinting into the darkness, just as Sir Miles did. Sitting so close while looking into the flames had robbed their eyes of the ability to discern much of anything in the inky darkness. Naruto chose not to exploit that opening. If he could talk them into coming back, there was no need for this devolve into violence. A chance, at least. Peace, he said, and took a step forward with both of his hands held up, empty palms facing them. There is no need for your steel. Both of them relaxed slightly once they could fully see him, though neither sheathed their weapon just yet. Sir Miles continued to scrutinize him before following up on Sir Richard's question. Your name, stranger. Before you take another step. Naruto. You are either brave or a fool, Naruto, to sneak up on men in the night. Sir Miles relaxed even further, the tip of his sword dropping to point at the ground instead. He couldn't help but grin and lowered his hands to his sides again. A bit of both, I suppose. I'll say. Sir Richard barked out a laugh, and casually propped his sword against his shoulder again, the steel making the mail rustle slightly as the links moved against each other. What brings you to these parts? I'm looking for a group of men that might have passed through here. Alone. More fool than brave, in that case. You'll still be searching by the time your grace, Sir Miles said, shaking his head, and seated himself on the ground again while keeping him in his peripherals. Oh, I think I'm already much too close for that, Naruto responded, quite amused with himself. Good fortune to you, then. The implication of his words seemed to have passed Sir Richard by, though Sir Miles tensed the slightest amount, fingers tightening around the hilt of his sword. Say, what kind of princess is giving out tasks like that? The Dornish kind, Sir Richard. The relaxed air disappeared in a snap. Miles Mouton was on his feet and had his sword pointed at him again in the blink of an eye, a deep frown marring his face. Richard Lunmouth was slightly slower to follow along, though his reaction did not lack for urgency either. Quick as that, the situation was as it had been again, only Naruto was slightly closer to them now. Careful now. I don't know what you think you are doing, but it would be best if you forgot all about it and disappeared back into the night. Sir Miles used his sword to gesture for him to move, tip twitching to the side for a moment. Naruto glanced at the blade before focusing on their faces again. As I said, there is no need for your steel. I was sent to bring back Prince Ruruga. Tell me where to find him and I'll be on my way. You really believe that'll happen? Sir Richard scowled and brandished his own weapon with his arm fully extended. He seemed to finally realize something else then, unbalanced for a moment. I know you. You were at Harrenhal, at the tourney. You won the melee. Guilty as charged, Naruto admitted freely, shrugging his shoulders, unconcerned with the threat he was facing. But that is of no importance here. Tell me what I want to know, and this has no need to get ugly. No, Sir Miles said in response, light brown eyes sharp, and lowered his stance slightly, ready to lunge. Just like his companion, he was wearing mail beneath his surcoat and cloak, his breastplate taken off for a bit of comfort. You chose ugliness the moment you approached us. Naruto would give the man this, he was bold as brass. I worried you would say that. The time for talk was over. Sir Richard made a powerful step forward and struck, his steel screaming towards Naruto's head. He ducked with a step forward of his own, letting the blade sail harmlessly over his head and bringing him close. Left hand reaching for kunai from his back pouch, Naruto struck up with his right, knuckles meeting Sir Richard's wrist from below, making him open his hand in reaction and release his sword. 2 steps more as he was standing up again, and Naruto lashed out a second time, fist barreling towards the other man's face. Sir Richard wasn't quick enough to move his head out of the way, and the punch connected with his nose, making his head snap to the side from the force imparted. Naruto heard and felt the crunch of bone and cartilage, but that didn't stop him from pushing his advantage. He kicked one leg out from under the knight and yanked on the man's cloak to send him forcefully tumbling to the ground. Sir Richard's face met the earth, leaving him groaning and writhing in pain. Turning around, Naruto brought his left hand up, kunai halting the sword coming for his head in its tracks with a crash of steel. Sir Miles tried to win their lock by strength alone, but he found himself thoroughly outmatched. Forcing the knight's weapon wide, Naruto used his right to catch the fist coming for his face. He tightened his hold and pulled in an abrupt motion that had Sir Miles take an involuntary step forward, to keep some measure of balance. Balance, however, would not save him. Naruto wound his right arm around the man's throat, tripped his legs, and pulled, up and back. The struggle that ensued was short and ineffectual. The clumsy swings Sir Miles tried too slow and weak to have any chance of finding results. When the struggle stopped, and the knight he was choking sagged in his grip, Naruto did not let go just yet. A few more seconds passed with only Sir Richard's pained groaning, the horses snorting and whinnying, and the crackling of the campfire to fill the night. Then he released his hold. Sir Miles dropped to the ground in a boneless heap. He would wake up relatively soon, disoriented and thoroughly unbalanced, but by that time he would present no more threat. Naruto took out a piece of rope and got to work, starting with the still conscious Sir Richard. Before the injured man had even realized what was happening, he was already bound tightly, and Naruto had moved on to the Mutan Knight. Bastard! Sir Richard spat, a small glob of spittle and blood landing only inches away. His nose was clearly broken, and blood and dirt caked his beard. After finishing with the binds he had been working on, Naruto crouched in front of Sir Richard, consciously out of range of another projectile. "Are you willing to talk now, Sir Richard?" "Fuck you." Naruto nodded his head, already half expecting that answer. He reached for his cloak and produced the small trinket he had been given. The flickering campfire illuminated the bronze and gold that shaped the martel sun and spear. It was a unique piece, owned by Princess Elia, though he wasn't sure if this man would know that. "This change your mind at all?" Sir Richard barely spared the trinket more than a glance before continuing his angry glower in his direction. He spat again and stayed silent. Sir Richard clearly did recognize the trinket, but that did not seem to change his mind. "Unfortunate," Naruto said, and stood again. He had no taste for torture and none of the skill to be called an interrogator. That left him with little else to do. Walking towards the horses and packs, Naruto began preparing. He had quite a bit of distance to cover in the next days. To Eddard Stark, Ned read the first line of the letter and immediately recognized his father's typed script. The letter had been sealed with the dire wolf of House Stark, but the Maestus runner had claimed it to be a message sent from Moat Cailin. "Leia has disappeared." Those 3 words alone made his heart freeze in his chest. His father had ever been a man of few words, gruff and direct in his approach, but this one time he would have appreciated more. Ned continued to read with bated breath. "Even as you read this, I am riding for King's Landing. Your brother has been locked in the black cells, for accusing Prince Roriga of the abduction to the king's ears. I need you in Winterfell, with Ben. Our lords are preparing, should anything happen. Your father and Lord of Winterfell, Rickard Stark." For a few seconds nothing seemed to make sense. Lyanna gone, Brandon locked in a cell, and his father riding south in an attempt to fix things. Madness surely. He had been preparing to ride for Riverrun and nearly ready to depart to see his brother wed to Caitlin Tully, and now everything was plunged into chaos. "What is it, Ned?" Robert asked from next to him, breaking him from his thoughts. "It is from my father. He calls me back to Winterfell," he answered absently and clutched the parchment tightly in his palm, his voice showing a calm he did not truly feel. "What? He was riding for Riverrun himself, was he not?" Robert was understandably confused. They had been ready to leave the next day, for the Bloody Gate and then Riverrun. He raised a suggestive eyebrow, a broad, lecherous smile on his lips. "Surely you can go to the wedding, at least. See the sights. The best of the Riverlands, I hear." Ned barely heard him, thoughts loud in his head. He needed to go, and quickly. Get his horse and ride. No, he shook his head. Gulltown, and a ship for White Harbor, that was the better and faster way north. Standing from the bench they had been using, Ned stopped himself. This did not affect only him. He needed to find passage north, needed to tell John Arryn that he had to leave, that things had changed. But Robert deserved to know, too. He was Lyanna's betrothed, after all. "Lyanna, she is missing." Those words brought the storm to the surface. Robert had always been like that, as quick to laugh as he was to anger. Prone to be controlled by his emotions and especially his lusts. He was Baratheon to the bone, and the lords of the Stormlands had earned their words. Robert was on his feet too, then, the table they had been sitting at shoved sharply away in his haste, jostling the drink and food on top. It went entirely ignored, just like the rest of the mess created. The crash silenced the hall, all the eyes of the men and women inside coming to rest on the two of them. They went ignored too. "What happened?" Robert rumbled, quiet fury apparent in the set of his shoulders and the prominent frown creasing his heavy brow. He towered over Ned in the grips of his anger, never one to be shy about using his height against those not as tall. Ned did not cower. He was already used to these reactions, had half expected that it would be the one now too, and did not think Robert had so little control of himself that he would actually act on his fury here. "I know only what my father wrote me, and that is very little. Where and how anything happened, I cannot say. Lyanna would have been on the way to Riverrun, likely far ahead of their father, with her own smaller party. Just like Brandon, she had little patience for the snail's pace of large groups, especially when they were riding. But that was so little information that it might as well be none at all. Certainly not enough for him or Robert to do anything about it alone. The Riverlands were not as expansive as the North or even the Reach, but even 100 men would take years to search all of it for one girl. "We are riding out," Robert said and made to walk away, his goal the stables at the Gates of the Moon. "No, we are not." Ned stopped him before he took more than a single step. "This is rushing into the breach naked and blind. We know next to nothing." Ned hated accepting that, but there was little choice to be had in the matter. He wished for a godswood in that moment, for the solitude and peace of his gods and their weir woods, but there was none to be found here. He spoke a silent prayer, nonetheless. That Lyanna would be safe and sound, and would be found soon. "She is your sister, Ned." "And do you think I have forgotten that?" he replied, not giving an inch. Give Robert an opening to exploit and he would pursue it relentlessly, gaining momentum with every second. Stopping him early was always easiest. "I only understand our limitations. There will already be men searching for her. 1 or 2 more will make no difference." Ned wasn't quite sure if he was trying to convince Robert or himself. Robert grimaced and crossed his arms in front of his chest, obviously unhappy with that approach. Fine. But if we learn anything, I am riding out. You will have no arguments from me. Ned considered the mess Robert had made for a moment longer before turning away and walking from the hall, his goal John Arryn's solar. Their foster father had taken his meal in his solar, to continue work on some final preparations for the party leaving towards the Riverlands, and so that everything would be handled to have the eerie habitable shoulder winter truly have left this time. The Gates of the Moon was a stout castle, only truly seeing much use during the winter, when conditions up at the Eyrie did not allow comfortable living. Still, there was room aplenty for the Arryn households of the Eyrie and the Gates, and those guests John Arryn had invited to accompany them to Riverrun, even if it was no Winterfell. Ned missed his home in that moment. He continued to walk the halls, Robert's steps heavy behind him, and greeted the men in sky-blue cloaks standing guard in the halls with polite nods, in no mood for other conversation at the moment. Sir Vardis Egan was leaving the solar with his squire, Ander Royce, just as Ned turned down the correct hallway. The captain of John Arryn's household guard was usually a neutral man. Squared away and even, as befit a man of his position, but right now there was a frown on his square face as he quietly answered a question for the younger man keeping step with him. After giving him a respectful nod in greeting and finishing his quiet conversation, Sir Vardis turned the other way and left with his squire in tow, to accomplish whatever task had been given to him by John Arryn. The Arryn guard at the solar recognized him quickly, and was already knocking and announcing their presence before Ned had even opened his mouth to say anything. A quiet come echoed from behind the door, and the man on duty opened the door for him and the uncharacteristically quiet Robert. John Arryn was seated behind a large desk littered with papers of many sizes, a silver cup carved with falcons and other birds of prey placed within arm's reach, and a platter of half-eaten food forgotten where it precariously balanced near the edge. "Ned, Robert. It is good you came," he said, looking up from whatever matter he had been poring over, and spared them a small, quiet smile as they entered the solar. Smoothing out the raven scroll from his father, Ned stepped close and placed it on the table. He wondered at how to address what he had learned. If he waited for too long, Robert would grow impatient. "My lord father calls me back to Winterfell. Because he rides for King's Landing to negotiate your brother's release from a black cell," John Arryn said, a tired set to his shoulders as he motioned for another rolled-up piece of parchment in front of him. "I am already aware. I have received a raven from the capital myself." Robert sputtered, and Ned suddenly realized that he had not shared the entire contents of the scroll with him. A black cell. What is this madness? It seems that King Aerys is determined to prove himself worthy of the whispers about him, John Arryn said, resigned, and raised a hand to massage his brow. Brandon accused Prince Rhaegar of kidnapping his sister and called for the prince to face justice at his hand. We must all deal with the consequences now. Brandon was not alone when he arrived at the Red Keep. Elbert was with him, as were others. Elbert was the heir to House Arryn and the Vale, and John Arryn's nephew. There had been talk of wedding him to Hoster Tully's younger daughter Lysa shortly after Brandon's own marriage would happen, and he had spent much time in the Riverlands with Brandon in pursuit of making that eventual arrangement more agreeable for everyone. Ned did not need convincing to believe John's words about his brother. Brandon had always been like that, wild and stubborn and quick to act, even when they had been only children playing and training in Winterfell. Wolf blood, his father had always said with fondness and trepidation both, when Brandon and then Lyanna had stumbled into trouble or another mischief again and again and again. "He truly is mad then," Robert said, hands fisted at his sides. But whether he meant the king or the prince, Ned could not say. Humiliation, kidnapping, imprisonment. Why should we keep any peace? Calm, Robert. Albert has not been thrown in a cell, and neither have the others. That honor only Brandon himself earned. They are guests in the Red Keep, though not of their own choosing. Words of war too often become actions of war when other means can be used to accomplish your goals. You mean to simply allow this? And do nothing? Robert cried, shocked. He did not say that, Robert, Ned put in evenly, able to regard the complete situation with a certain numbed calm. Every time he let the facts as he knew them go through his head again, another wrinkle revealed itself, where it joined the large number of things he simply did not know right now. John nodded at him in agreement before focusing on Robert again. We do not know the prince to be guilty of anything. Tell me this, who else? Robert did not yield, blue eyes dark with fury. I have not forgotten Harengel. I did not think you had, but the situation remains as it is. Lord Ricard will reach King's Landing in no more than a moon's turn, and I have commanded Savardis to assemble a party of my own. Let us see the men in the Red Keep to safety before anything escalates. John Arryn laid out calmly, long since used to the proper way of handling Robert. Until then we might attempt to find out the truth of things for ourselves. Any actions fueled by anger and emotion undercut for now. John turned his eyes toward him. If your father calls you north, then I would not dally, Ned. There will be ships in Gulltown bound for White Harbor. I will send a message to Lord Grafton. If needs be, he will keep a ship back until you arrive, so that your passage north is certain. Ned was touched, and immensely grateful. This was more than would have been expected of anyone in this situation. He inclined his head, aware that any disapproval, by Lord Grafton or the bothered captain, would now be aimed at the Lord of the Vale and not him. Thank you. It is only right. John Arryn waved him off, a fatherly smile on his face. Martin and Rolf will accompany you on the way to Gulltown. They won't take long to prepare, so you may leave as soon as you wish. There was little chance of anything untoward happening on the way, but it meant he would have some company at least. Even if the mountain clansmen might have used the opportunity to attack a small group, they never ventured so deeply into the lowlands of the Vale, where they would be easy pickings for any lord finding them on their lands. They talked of additional matters for some time after that. Ravens to Riverrun, Seagod, and Runestone. Ravens to Dragonstone. Robert going to the Bloody Gate. Sending messages south to Storm's End, so that any matters of the Stormlands might reach their Lord Paramount swiftly, though Robert only grumbled at being reminded of his duties and position. Ned left the Gates of the Moon with his two companions the following morning, spurring his horse to make the trip pass as swiftly as possible. Eddard Stark, the leader of the group of mounted men awaiting them at the city gates, asked. At his nod the man beckoned for the three of them to follow. They were 6 men in total, all on horse and with swords sheathed at their belts. I was sent to bring you to Lord Grafton. He would ask a word before your ship leaves port. Lead the way, Ned answered after a moment of thought, already half expecting that his departure from the Vale would not take place the very moment after he arrived in the city. Wheeling their horses around, the group of household guards in Grafton colours spurred their horses and rode on, escorting them through the cobbled streets of Gulltown and towards the keep on a small hill on the western side of the bay. Gulltown was the only true city in the Vale and the main way for wares to be brought in from the outside. Ships from north, east, and south all passed through the mouth of the bay and the bristling lines of scorpions to find a place at the docks. Their company did not take long to cut through the streets, people quickly making space for the mounted men in the colours of House Grafton. They were surely well adjusted to the guardsmen, knights, and other men-at-arms, the protection of the large settlement necessitating a significant number of men to guard and keep order even in times of peace. Even though their lands outside of Gulltown were largely insignificant, House Grafton could command many men in war, far more comparable to the stronger bannermen of House Arryn than those with similarly sized domains. Not long after, they ascended the small hill and entered a small courtyard beyond the castle walls where everyone dismounted, stable hands already waiting to lead the horses away. 2 other young boys moved toward the horses of Ned and his 2 Arryn companions, and after some quick instruction began moving his belongings from the saddlebags into a nearby sea chest. The Gulltown men that had accompanied them left the courtyard towards the city proper again, their ordered task accomplished. Ned watched their backs for a few moments, as they rode past the banners of houses Grafton and Arryn. Mark Grafton, Lord of Gulltown, already waited at the entrance of the actual keep, clad in red and black with the Grafton beacon tower stitched in gold over his heart. He was broad as an ox with a gruff bearded face. Next to him stood a younger man, lanky and sharp-featured, who was most likely his Squire Lynn, second son of the Lord of House Corbray. "Welcome to my city, Lord Eddard," Lord Grafton said gruffly, once Ned had stepped closer, his voice loud and deep in the late morning air. "Thank you for receiving me, Lord Grafton," Ned answered, inclining his head, and gestured to the 2 others with him. "These are Martin and Rolf, House Arryn men who accompanied me here." The Lord of House Grafton turned his head and called for a nearby servant. "See to it that these 2 have food and drink, and a bed for the night." Nodding, the serving man left, Martin and Rolf following not far behind him. It was only noon, but they had been riding for near 10 days, and Ned would have liked the comforts of his own bed as well. But he felt compelled to continue, to reach Winterfell as quickly as he could. That settled, Lord Grafton turned to walk into his home, his squire with him, clearly expecting to be followed inside. Ned did, passing through the wide doors and into the round keep. The castle itself was not particularly large, but the high ceilings made it seem more roomy than it truly was, and allowed enough space for the long tapestries hung in the halls. The first were the story of Gulltown, from its origin under the rule of House Shettt to the Andal invasion and the eventual subjugation under the first king of Mountain and Vale, Artis Arryn. Others followed, of the different wars that had made Gulltown either a battlefield or an important rally point. One, Ned knew very well. The war across the water had been fought against the Starks, though his own family's records usually depicted the story differently. Finally, came the conquest. The naval battle fought near Gulltown's waters had not ended in a victory for the Targaryen fleet, but dragons had forced the Vale to submit just like every other kingdom. Ned thought the depictions of royal progresses to the city looked somewhat out of place in the lineup of history. They were depictions of Targaryen glory, more than they had any true connection to House Grafton. They reached the solar they had been walking towards after ascending a spiraling staircase at the end of a long straight hallway, doors leading off to the sides between the different historical wall hangings. Mark Grafton seated himself in a comfortable, high-backed chair and gestured for Ned to join him. "Leave us, lad," the Lord of Gulltown said gruffly, though not unkind. Ned saw the sharp-tongued retort on Lyn Corbray's handsome features, but at his host's glower he kept his lips sealed and stalked from the room, the heavy door closing behind him. "No respect, that one, but he is a wonder with a sword." Mark Grafton shook his head. "I do not intend to keep you for long. There is a ship at the docks soon to depart for White Harbor. The captain has my order to wait for you before casting off." "You have my gratitude," Ned said, dipping his head into a small bow. He was, truly, It was what Lord Arryn commanded of me, Lord Grafton interjected, correcting, a sharp look under his heavy brow. One large hand reached up to his breast, where Ned suddenly noticed the small red and black ornament hidden among the colors of the man's doublet. Upon closer inspection it was shaped to look like a dragon's tail. It makes a man wonder, hearing of such foolishness. Youth and anger may make any man act unwisely, but even those have their limits. That. He shook his head. One might call it treason, not foolishness. Ned narrowed his eyes, suddenly tense, and hard at work trying to suppress the instinct to snap. Even he had his limits. But he controlled himself in the end, even if he knew Brandon would not have. One might call disrespect dishonor and insult, and kidnapping seems to me a certain kind of treason as well. Ned did not know what had truly happened, but he remembered Harengelis well. The conclusion Brandon had arrived at was not so distant as to be unthinkable, even if he did not truly believe it with only the information he had available to him. Mark Grafton stayed silent for a time, one thick finger running over the small ornament. Then he dropped his hand to his side again. One might indeed leave my keep and city, Lord Eddard, before I find myself acting in foolishness as well. Your belongings are waiting for you at the harbour. Ned stood, the dismissal clear from the Lord of Gulltown. He left the Solar and then the keep in short order, before heading for the harbour. A servant in Grafton colours hailed him from one of the many docks, a familiar sea chest at his feet. Once he had reached the correct dock, the servant left with a quick bow. The precious gift looked as formidable as any ship Ned had ever seen in White Harbour or any other port, the three large purple sails marking the galleass as Bravo Sea. Sailors and dockworkers were finishing the final preparations to cast off, with the first mate keeping a careful eye on the whole process, so that nothing was missing or forgotten. The communication between them was happening in the tongue of Bravos, though Ned knew that at least some of the crew was nearly guaranteed to be capable of speaking the common tongue of Westeros as well. The merchant ships from the mightiest of the free cities were a common sight in the ports of the north, always eager to fill their holds with timber to bring back home and sell at the exorbitant prices they could demand in Bravos, where trees were rare and precious. "You are the Lord Stark," one of the sailors near him asked after spotting him. He was tall and lanky, with a horizontal scar across his nose and one cheek, the lighter skin standing out against the rest of his heavily tanned complexion. "Yes, I am." The Bravo Sea came over and shouldered the sea chest Ned had filled with his belongings before beckoning for him to follow him on board. Before Ned took his final step, he stopped and looked back at the lands of the Vale. He did not know what exactly he had just avoided, but it seemed to him that further caution would be his friend until the business in King's Landing was dealt with. It would be some time yet before they would leave the coast of the Vale behind them, and longer yet until he would return, but he still said goodbye in the confines of his own mind. Winterfell rose in the distance, and Ned wished that he would have been returning under happier circumstances. It was good to be back home, nonetheless, the massive walls filling him with a sense of comfort despite the situation. He spurred his horse, to let the last 100 yards pass as quickly as possible. It had been too long, as it was every time he had been gone from here. Even after the many years he had spent in the Vale, this was his heart's home in the end. With spring returning for a second time, the winter town was not nearly as packed as it would have been only a moon ago, only one house in 4 still seeing use. Ned and his companions from nearby Sawin passed through the rows of simple houses, until they reached the market square, with Winterfell's main gate directly behind. The snarling grey direwolf on white greeted him on both sides of the large defensive structure, as did the sight of 2 guards in mail and the colours of his house. 2 guards he did not recognize. Still, they admitted him into the castle without issue, the rider he had sent ahead while exchanging horses at Castle Sewin announcing his arrival some time ago. Ned did not recognize most of the men training at sword or spear in the different yards, and he wondered just how many his father had taken south. It seemed near all the usual men were missing. His father's best and most trusted. And there were clearly more than 100 men in the yards not far into their training under Sir Roderick. Ned dismounted near the stables, eyes keeping track of the drills the men were running through, and a young stableboy ran over to lead his tired horse away and see that it was taken care of properly. "Ned," a familiar voice called, relieved and happy. He turned in the direction of the call, a smile coming over his face at the sight of Benjen hurrying towards him while trying to look like he wasn't doing so, the old maester following further behind at a more sedate pace. Ned met his brother halfway, and embraced him to quell the sudden swell of worry for his other siblings, a gesture Ben returned just as fiercely. Brandon had always been taller than him, but Ben's head still only came up to his chin. "It is good to see you, Ben." They could only ignore the situation they found themselves in for so long, however. Separating from Benjen, Ned took another look around, and with a deep breath focused on the important things. His father had not called him north for leisure. A few other short greetings followed, for men he knew and for those he would come to learn in the next days, but then he turned towards his brother again. "Let's get inside. You need to tell me everything you know." Father's letter did not say much. They pored over the message from King's Landing and everything that had happened for some time. Yet it was not until some time later, when all the others they had taken counsel or questions from had left, that a change seemed to come over his brother. Ben looked lost, and younger than his 14 years. It had been hidden beneath the surface before, but now there was guilt in his eyes and an unseen weight on his shoulders. "What is it, Ben?" Ned asked, the change in mood more than apparent on his brother's usually cheerful face. They were seated in their father's solar, though he felt out of place here. This room was not for him or Ben. It was for their father and eventually Brandon. Ben worried his lower lip between his teeth, blue-gray eyes searching his face. "I didn't think she would really do it," he said quietly, as if he was admitting to some heinous crime, not truly explaining anything. Ned felt a small hole in his belly, a hole that widened with every second. "No. Surely not." "Who? And do what, Ben? What wouldn't she do?" "What are you talking about?" he said, a plea in his voice. "Let it not be so." "Lionel," Ben choked on the words, confirming his worries. When Robert wrote some moons back, she said she would run away. But it was just a stupid jape, he insisted desperately. "We had snuck some wine before that and she didn't speak of it again afterwards. I didn't think she meant it." "Gods," Ned exhaled, hands cradling his head. It had been his idea to make Robert write a message after Harengel, but his friend had held off on the matter for some time. Ned was numb, thoughts swirling in his head. Another horror sparked in his mind, and he was almost scared to ask. "Did you tell father?" "When the ravens came," Ben admitted miserably. There would be punishments for him and Lionel both, significant ones. Their father was fair, but he had seldom been called merciful. "Gods," Ned repeated in his mind. What a great mess this all was. They stewed in dark silence, Ned's thoughts loud in his head. His father would handle the king and Brandon. He could only hope that Lionel would be found soon, or come to her senses and reveal herself of her own accord. A few days later the ravens came, the words they carried as black as their wings. Dark wings, dark words. Ashura did not think that the saying had ever applied to any situation as much as this one. For treason against the crown and House Targaryen, Rickard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, and his son and heir Brandon Stark, have been executed. Let it be known that the new Lord of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, has been marked for death. Should any man harbor him in their hall, they will be branded a traitor in kind. Silence reigned between all of them, the implications and consequences looming large and heavy, even if unspoken. Even though she had read the message once before, and immediately decided that all of them needed to know, it felt no less like a strike to the stomach. She had not known Brandon well, and his actions had been entirely foolish, even if understandable, but that was no reason for him to deserve death, much less for his father and brother to have to join him. There is more, Ashura said heavily, other raven messages in front of her. Aerys commands the death of Robert Baratheon, for conspiracy against the king. Jon Arryn has been ordered to execute his ward and present the head at the Red Keep, that he might prove himself more honorable than his former heir Elbert. Silence reigned between all of them, the only sound in Elia's chamber the waves breaking against the cliffs far below. How many did he execute? Lara asked, horrified. Ashura rifled through the other messages the ravens had brought to Dragonstone, hands shaking slightly as she counted names and men. Every additional one made her want to stop. This went beyond just madness. All but one, she finally said, voice hollow. 7 hells, Mora blurted out, wide-eyed. She was not alone in her reaction, similar expressions mirrored on many of the others. Jane looked physically sick, skin worryingly pale and eyes shining wetly, while Alice was squeezing her eyes shut, one hand raised to cover her mouth. Who? Elia asked simply, more composed than all of them. Her physical recovery was still slow, not helped along by the fact that they still had no idea where Roriga was, so she was in her bed, with all the others seated on various chairs near the foot and side. Ethan Glover, Brandon's young squire, Ashura answered after a moment. Likely, he would not be grateful for that uncharacteristic mercy from Aerys. When you were the one survivor among more than 200 men, your life was no great gift. She would not doubt that he was in the grips of despair even now, held in some dark cell beneath the Red Keep. Elia pressed a tired hand to her forehead, her eyes closing for a moment, and took a deep breath. What else is there? The outward appearance of calm Elia tried to preserve did not fool Ashura, and likely it did not do so for any of the others either. She was tired and exhausted, drained mentally and physically, beyond what anyone could reasonably expect of her. At the very back of the pile of messages was one that was unlike the rest. The flowing script spoke of a woman's hand, but the words were those of Prince Lewin, Elia's uncle. Unlike the announcements sent by Owen Merryweather, Aerys' hand, the message went beyond the official account of everything that had taken place in the Red Keep. Somehow, things were even worse than the body count alone had suggested. Aerys accused all the men he had called to the Red Keep of treason. When Lord Rickard demanded a trial by combat, he announced that Fire was the champion of House Targaryen. Lord Rickard was hung from the rafters and burned alive in his armor while Brandon was forced to watch. He strangled himself trying to interfere. All the others were beheaded that very same day. She could not help the dark whisper that Harrenhal had not, in fact, shown Aerys' madness to the realm in full. This, however, would. As if murdering his lords was not bad enough, in one move Aerys had trampled on decency and profaned the very gods, and very likely, had plunged the 7 kingdoms into war. It was a queer feeling, brought up in her by that realization. The War of the 9 Penny Kings had begun and ended before she was born, even if some small remnant had persisted for long enough in Essos. There had largely been peace in the realm since then. Damn them all, Elia muttered tiredly, clearly coming to the same conclusion. 7 Damn them all. Silence held command of the room again, and moments passed in anxious, empty quiet. Ashura wondered what had driven Eris to accuse and provoke 3 great lords at once, when doing so with one could be trouble enough. 40 years ago a broken betrothal had made the laughing Storm rebel against the Iron Throne and proclaim himself Storm King, an issue only settled in a trial by combat. Robert was not his great-grandfather, but if Rhaegar was truly responsible for Lyanna's disappearance, House Targaryen had once more knowingly broken a Baratheon betrothal, and now Eris had called for his head as well. Perhaps, came the suspicious thought, it was not a matter of what was responsible, but who. What do we do now? Lara asked, breaking her from her thoughts and giving them all something else to latch onto. Prepare as best we can, Elia answered, dark eyes hard. If Eris summons war in his madness and Rhaegar does not intend to be found, then they are welcome to the consequences. But I will not be caught unawares in the midst of it all. What would you have us do? Ashura asked expectantly. Whether Elia had meant the words literally or figuratively did not truly matter. Dragonstone was a strong castle and hard to assault, but they might well be surrounded by enemies on all sides. How many men do we have? 80 exactly in the castle. 5 knights with 10 men at arms each, and 25 crossbowmen, Lara put in. Then she continued with a small mischievous smile. 1 man more if we count Ashura's guest. It was a blatant attempt to lighten the mood, but no less effective for it. Jane Jourdain even managed a tremulous smile. Elia ignored the addition, simply continuing with her original point. Have Sir Mandrew bring another score here. If that means he has to train the crossbowman himself, so be it. Dragonstone was not a large island, and much of it was taken up by stony cliffs and the dragonment, yet it was a comparatively wealthy seat, on account of its position in the mouth of Blackwater Bay. Trade was taxed, and King's Landing was an important port for traders from east and west. That wealth would serve to strengthen the garrison even if the island itself could not. Elia. Alice trailed off, her focus obviously the exact costs that would be incurred by this. Ashura did not know the exact figures outlining Dragonstone's wealth, but she wondered whether it was simply Alice's penchant for being frugal that was making her hesitate. I know, Alice. If you would bring the accounts, we will manage them right after, Elia said with a nod of understanding, and dismissed the 2 of them. Lara and Alice hurried from the chamber to do as asked, quietly talking all the way. Ashura was unsure what exactly it would be about, but Elia was clearly trying to clear the room while still accomplishing everything necessary. Next, Elia turned to Mora. Speak with Clement. I would have him fill the larders, butteries, and storerooms, if they are not already. And see that everything else that might be necessary is sufficiently available. Candles, firewood, everything. If we are reliant on the next supply ship arriving on time, then we do not have enough of it stored. I'll see to it, Mora said, her dark cheeks stretching into a lopsided smile as she stood to leave. Jane looked on in anticipation, her still pale skin making the freckles across her nose more visible than they usually were. What should I do? Speak to Maester Wildman. Any supplies he needs for his tinctures he should list for Clement. And then bring him to me. I will have need of my own ravens. Ashura watched Jane give a resolute nod before walking off to fulfill the request. And then it was only the 2 of them. Elia exhaled deeply and leaned back into the pillows stacked against the headboard of her bed. She reached up, thin fingers covering her eyes from view for a moment. There was a slight tremble to her hands, but Ashura chose not to draw attention to that. She felt the specter of war looming herself, trying to creep up on her again in the small lull in conversation. Does it make me mad that I think of sending Naruto out again? And do what? He has only just returned from Harengel. Would you have him wildly search all the kingdoms? Ashura said, careful reproach in her voice. When they had acted directly after Roga left, there had been some vanishingly small chance of finding him, and even that dependent on luck. That Naruto had managed to find any of the group that had set off was already near miraculous. Expecting anything now, without any useful information being gained in the meantime, was entirely pointless. Harengel had been an understandable idea, especially after Naruto had lost track of them nearby, but it had yielded nothing at all, and even more time had passed since the group had first disappeared. There were some possibilities still: Summer Hall, Night Song, Skull Point, Griffin's Roost, even Starfall. But they simply did not know. John Connington was in King's Landing with John at Hordari, and the distance to her own home was immense, but did that mean that Roga would not choose those two? Even if Robert Baratheon was still in the Vale, it would not take long for the Stormlands to become a battlefield, and Summerhall and Night Song were both near the border to the Reach. If things developed as she thought they might, no one sane would stay there for long. Of course, if they entertained Brandon's accusations to be the truth, were they truly dealing with sanity? Everything Ashura knew of her brother and Roga said it could not be, but the inkling of doubt would not be dismissed anymore. Elia shook her head, lips downturned. No, you are right. There is no point. She smiled a thin, worryingly fragile smile. That was everything, Ashura. I will have need of you later, afternoon perhaps. Ashura stood, unsure whether to accept that dismissal for what it was. She once more thought to speak of other matters with Elia, of sorcery and value and the future, but this was hardly the time. Elia looked tired more than anything else. I will be there. Before she could leave the room, Elia called for her again. If you would tell the nursemaids to bring Rhaenys and Egon to me. Of course she answered, and went to accomplish that task. Once finished in the nursery, Ashura left to search, and tried her best to ignore the dark implications of everything that had been revealed in these early hours of the day. She found Naruto outside the keep, practicing his archery in one of the side courtyards. His showing at Harengel had been impressive already, but he had visibly improved since then. Bows, traditionally, were weapons of the marches, often used specifically against the light cavalry favored by many houses in Dawn. Still, Dawn had adapted them for their own use long ago. Naruto drew the string back with almost unnatural ease. Dragonbone or not, it was a heavy warbow and great force was needed to make it bend at all, yet he did not struggle. Then he was no longer holding on, and the arrow flew to impact the target some 40 yards away, burying deep into the material. Lowering his weapon, Naruto looked on in satisfaction and then turned towards her. He smiled, and Ashura did for a moment as well, as she walked towards him. It faded again, the moment her mind chose to have her remember the situation they all found themselves in now. A dread wind blew through the yard, foreboding and ominous and cold, and Ashura could not help but shiver. Gods, there would be war. It did not truly seem real. Perhaps in part because she did not want it to be. Ashura? Naruto asked in concern, clearly noting her change in mood. Impulsively, she closed the remaining distance between them and embraced him, face pressed against the dark orange linen tunic he was wearing. A moment later she felt the unnatural heat of his left hand against her body, slowly trailing comfort up and down her back. She could feel the strength in his body, could hear the calm beating of his heart, and felt the warmth of his simple presence. Mercifully, the courtyard was largely empty at the moment, only the sound of nearby conversation joining the two of them. Come noon, the men not on duty would be using the space to train after their meal. Ashura liked to think that it would not have mattered to her in this situation, but the chains of propriety were difficult to throw off. Ashura treasured this moment of peace and comfort, and it served well in distracting her from her worries, though it only brought other concerns to mind, of her family and pride and honor, of her personal future and heart, of alliance and marriage. They seemed such insignificant concerns now. Yet the realm called, and this moment could not last forever. What is wrong, Ashura? Naruto asked gently. Looking up, she met his eyes. Ashura did not know how to best share what had happened with him, so she simply came out and said it. Brandon Stark is dead. For a moment there was confusion on Naruto's face, as if he had not heard her correctly, before comprehension dawned and his expression warped to shock, his body tense. Tell me what happened, he requested quietly, and she did. By the end of her explanation there was a hardness to Naruto's expression that seemed unlike him, mouth set in a grim line. Even fighting in the melee at Harrengal or being asked to search for Roga had not elicited this kind of reaction from him. His left hand had dropped from her back at some point while she had caught him up on what had happened, but now the calloused fingers lightly prodded her own hands to move from where she was still holding on to him. If we find the prince, do you think it will change anything? It was a difficult question to answer. Lord Ricard and Brandon were already dead, as was Elbertarin. Kyle Royce and Jeffrey Mallister and their fathers, all had been executed already. Roga could not bring those men back, even if he replaced his father as king, and their brothers, cousins, and other relatives would not be pacified by platitudes and promises. There would be war, no matter what they did, but if there was any chance at containing it quickly, it was likely with Roga involved. Perhaps, Ashura answered carefully. It might give us more options. Naruto gave her a tight nod before walking past her and towards the keep without another word. It did not take long for her to understand what he likely intended to do. There was only one potential source of information on the prince in the castle. Hurried steps allowed her to catch up with his long strides before he had gotten very far, but she did not stop him. They ascended the stone drum in the silence of anticipation before they eventually turned down the right hallway, two men standing guard outside two of the doors. Sir Miles and Sir Richard were knights of high birth and they had not broken the king's laws in their actions. Imprisoning them in Dragonstone's dungeon would have not only been short-sighted but unlawful and large pointless as well. Instead of a cell, their former quarters served to hold them in some semblance of comfort, while Elia continued to debate on how to proceed with them. Even after weeks they would not tell of Roga's intentions or location. After inclining his head at the guard in greeting, Naruto entered Sir Richard's chambers without fanfare, but whether it was a conscious choice or simply a result of it being the first door, she did not know. "Oi," he called, on a straight path towards the room's only occupant. Sir Richard was reclining on a chair that faced the window, clad in a simple black doublet accented in red and gold, but he quickly grimaced and made to stand when he realized who had just entered. His nose and the surrounding skin still looked off, reddened and the slightest bit swollen, even if the break had been set properly only shortly after it had occurred. It was still much better than it had looked the first time she had seen it, when Naruto had arrived back on the island in a small smuggler's boat, two bound knights dragged behind him and both looking decidedly unhappy about it. Before Sir Richard could stop him, Naruto had stepped close, roughly yanked him up by his clothes, and then lifted the Stormlander into the air. Sir Richard was taller than him, but held with extended arms, his feet dangled inches from the floor. "I've had it with your silence. Tell me where the prince is," Naruto demanded dispassionately, uncaring of the hands trying to loosen his grip on the dark clothing. Sir Richard continued to struggle, legs kicking out wildly, and a dark scowl on his face that only made the still healing wound more apparent. "Fuck you," he strangled out through the hold Naruto had on his neckline. It was the way he had answered most questions until now, whether from Naruto, Elia, or anybody else, if he answered them at all. "I won't set the bone this time, if you make me break your nose again," Naruto said, a promise in his narrowed eyes. Ashura stepped forward and laid a hand on his right arm, stopping him before he could inflict any actual violence on the man. Then she addressed the dangling knight. "There is rebellion, Sir Richard. The king has murdered his lords and demanded the heads of others, your liege among them, and we have no way to reach Prince Roger. If you have any care for the realm at all, you would tell us where he is." Sir Richard looked at her, angry and defiant, and his face even redder than before. But she thought that her words had made him consider, at least for a moment. Nudging Naruto to let the man down, they waited expectantly as Sir Richard massaged his throat and neck. His eyes remained angry and focused on Naruto, who looked entirely unrepentant, matching the dark eyes with an even look of his own. "Even if I did know, what use would it be by now?" Sir Richard bit out, but that was an answer all its own, and judging by the shadow of a grin on Naruto's features, he had realized it too. Days turned to weeks as preparations moved along swiftly, and they all waited for the next ravens to arrive that would tell them what exactly the situation was. Messages from King's Landing, official and not, spoke of banners called, in the north, the Vale, and the Stormlands. Aerys commanded the Crown lands to respond in kind, and for all those vassals loyal to the Crown to follow along. The realm obeyed, though Ashura could not help but doubt that all of it would end up supporting the king. Tywin Lannister had called upon his bannermen as commanded, but she did not think that he had forgotten. No one that handled slights and insults the way that the Lord of the Westerlands had done 20 years ago would simply let Aerys' actions go unanswered. When word of the first battle reached them, none of them were surprised. House Grafton of Gulltown had stayed true to their oaths to the Iron Throne instead of rising in rebellion as Jon Arryn and many of his vassals had, as was to be expected, but loyalty alone did not win battles. Whether Robert Baratheon had truly been the first over the walls of the city or not, that victory meant that nothing was stopping him from returning home anymore. The ravens that followed were cause for more deliberation. A message from House Grafton being sent to Dragonstone was more than passing queer, especially after Gulltown had only just been taken by storm. The words inside warranted that estimation, especially when a message from Lord Adrian Celtigar some days later confirmed the contents of the message. 8 ships. Elia asked for clarification. Yes. Ashura nodded. Lord Celtigar's words confirm the number. 8 ships with Grafton men aboard. If they had been spotted off Claw Isle just before the Raven was sent, they were 2 days away, at most. Mark Grafton had restated his continued loyalty to the crown. He and his remaining men would fight for House Targaryen against the rebels, even after their first defeat. Unspoken was the expectation that he would eventually receive help in reclaiming Gulltown for himself and his line. 8 ships meant more than 100 men and likely closer to 200, though some part would be sailors and deckhands and not fighting men. A significant number, and more than Dragonstone's current garrison. That was cause for some worry. "I do not like it," Elia admitted, and Ashura shared her feeling. But there was a way to be sure, one no one would be prepared for. There is a way to be sure, she said slowly, trying to ignore the feeling of stepping off the edge of a cliff. Elia looked at her curiously and Ashura made her decision. What do you know of skin changes? She began, before moving on to explain. A few hours later she was flying. Morning's sharp eyes could make out the ships even at a large distance. Cogs, they were, big-bellied and slow, though they varied somewhat in size. One was noticeably the largest, easily double the size of the smallest ones, but the difference between all the others was much less eye-catching. Cogs were used for trade more than battle, but defending them against pirates on longships was made much easier by the high sides. They were sailing vessels, unlike the galleys and dromons of the royal fleet, but they had no need for as many sailors because of it. It spoke well for the truth of the message, but she still flew closer, wings beating the air to cross the distance. Talons gripping onto the yard on one of the smaller ships, she watched the men as they worked. Too many, she quickly realized. Far too many for remains that had barely escaped death by sailing away from harm. Taking to the air again, she flew over the other ships, only to find the same pattern again and again. One or two ships being crewed to capacity she might have ignored, but not all. There was something wrong here, beyond just simple doubt. She found no marks of battle on any of the 8, where the departure by sea might have been contested by arrows or scorpions. When she spotted a man not with the tower on black and red of House Grafton, but instead the black studs on a bronze field of House Royce on his breast, she knew. Pulling away, Ashura found herself back on Dragonstone again and not in the air over the sea, Elia's expectant eyes trained on her. Taking a few deep breaths, she centered herself, wiggling her toes and fingers to remind herself of the limits of her body, and her eyes closed against the blurriness. The adjustment had gotten easier over time, but her eyes did not like to focus right after sharing morning's sharper vision. It's a trap, Ashura proclaimed somberly, well aware that it meant that war had found them much sooner than anticipated. On the morning of the second day the time had come. The last night had brought heavy rains and Dragonstone was wrapped in thick fog, but even that would change nothing now. Everything was prepared and there was little more than waiting left to do. Ashura entered her chambers with anxiety worming its way through her stomach. The sight that greeted her was entirely expected, and yet it did nothing to alleviate her worries. Naruto stood with his back to her, facing a window as he carefully donned his armor. Knights had squires to make the process easier and faster, and it would have presented no issue to allow him the same. But Naruto had declined the offer, asking only for a space where he could prepare in peace. His legs were already armored in steel, and he tightened a final strap just as she closed the door behind herself. He glanced in her direction long enough to give her a smile, the expression as if nothing at all was amiss with the world. Ashura knew that her answering smile was small and subdued, but she could manage no more in this situation. She leaned back against the wood then, simply watching him in silence as he continued his work. Torso still bare of any real protection, only a dark arming doublet covering his muscular frame, Naruto moved on to that next and slipped a fitted shirt of polished mail over his head, shortly followed by a mail collar that would serve to protect his neck. The oblong steel plates rustled against each other as he picked up his brigandine and moved to put the armor on. Ashura knew that it was finely made, the steel as good as it could get, and yet as Naruto closed the front, she could not help but think that a breastplate would be more protective. The outer fabric was yellow, but the rivets attaching cloth to steel had been blackened. Black and yellow and steel grey, it would have been fit for a Lord of Storm's End in color. Seeing him reach for his arm protection, Ashura moved forward. "Allow me." It did not require great skill or knowledge to understand how to properly tighten the straps so that the steel would not slip, though a squire's education would have made her accomplish the task more quickly. While she worked on the upper arms, Naruto attached his vambraces, and before long there was no more steel to add. A belt with his dagger and sword, simple gloves, and small pouches with more knives attached to his legs and waist, and then he stood before her, prepared for battle. "Will you truly not use a helmet?" Ashura asked, unable to help her worry at seeing his entire head remain exposed. "No," Naruto answered, shaking his head. Then he smiled at her, as confident as ever, his blue eyes warm and clear. It would only get in the way. He was armed and armored, and she knew that he was more than just capable in a fight, but the odds they faced were reason enough to worry, even with the sheltering walls of dragonstone on their side. Naruto reached for one of the pouches he had just attached and pulled out a familiar length of purple silk. There was laughter in his smile now. "If you would honor me once more. In battle, everything could happen." There was no certainty to be had here, for him, her, or anybody else. Ashura did not want to think such thoughts, but there was no surety here but what she made for herself. Taking her favor, she tied it to his arm, just as she had done many moons ago at Harengel. The occasion could not have been more different, none of the easy joy and amusement of a tourney present now that blood stood to be spilled soon. But there was a familiarity to the action all the same, one she could become used to. Tightening the knot she had made, Ashura smoothed down the material, fingers running over the silver thread depicting the sigil of her house. It looked good on him, she decided, before raising her head to meet his gaze again. Reaching up, she laid a hand against his warm cheek and could not help her eyes dipping slightly lower on his faces. There might never be another chance. No, she nearly shook her head in denial, there would be. "Be safe," she said, instead of spending any more time on wondering. Naruto's expression was entirely hard-earned confidence. "I will be."